Okay, we're going to try this for the third time. Hopefully now I'm using it from my other web browser, from Firefox. You will hear me because you heard me from Firefox last time. And you do hear me. Congratulations to me. Now the only question is anybody going to make it? Is anybody going to make it? Because probably no notification went out. Probably no notification went out. Oh, I got an email. So yes, Derek, you can hear me. Welcome, Derek and Resolute Germ. Kapla all. I just need to go back and kill the other live stream, delete it from my history. Goddamn StreamYard has decided to just stop working. It has decided to stop working on Chrome. It's decided to stop working on Chrome, and so I need to edit it on fucking, excuse my language on this Christmas Eve, on Firefox. Deleting forever. Yes, so there were 14 people there at the time. Okay. Christmas Eve, yes, got to update the thumbnail. I will be right back there, guys. I promise. I'm talking. I can't see the comments right now. Oh, actually, I can see the comments. Mrs. Anti-Tracker. Welcome, Mrs. Anti-Tracker. I see Darth Revan. Happy Merry Christmas, Darth Revan. Trek 95. No more mute oh pray. Dirty Bird today, says Sci-Fi Nation. We're going to fix this. We're going to fix this, son of a bitch. Okay, videos. What I want to do is just update the thumbnail that I made, the very nice open lines XMas thumbnail. And there we go. I want to add that. And I want to add tags for today. Birdo Prey 5. Birdo Prey 5. Christmas. Live. Stream. Open lines. Holiday. Merry Christmas. Okay, we'll throw some tags in. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that. I am so sorry, guys. I was so upset. But hey, if I got to use Firefox to do these streams instead of Chrome, I can deal with that. But let's see. Can I share a tab? Share window or screen. Yeah, I can't share a tab. Huh. In Firefox, you can't share a tab. But that's fine. That's fine. I can share screens. I can share screens. Okay, I don't need permanent access, Firefox. That's fine. So Derek was first, says, I can hear you, Bird. Welcome, Derek. Resolute Germ. I can hear you now. Sci-Fi Nation says, yes, Bird. John DeMarco says, hello, all. Derek McManus, I got the notifications. Thank you. Sci-Fi Nation got both as well. Cinnabon Bunny says, hello, Cinnabon. Mrs. Anti-Trekker with Puka as her avatar. We're here. Welcome, Mrs. Anti-Trekker. Darth Revan, I can hear you, sadly. Derek McManus, how's the Mega Drive going, Mrs. Anti-Trekker? Darth Revan says, Mrs. Anti-Trekker, hey there, happy Christmas Eve. Trek 95, awesome, no more mute, oh pray. Sci-Fi Nation says, Dirty Bird today. Derek McManus says, hail to Darth Revan. Marlena Moreau says, hi all, welcome, Marlena. Darth Revan says, bonjour to Derek. 47 Yorktown says, Mr. Bird said a bad word. I did. And on Christmas Eve. Resolute Germ says, Merry Christmas, Karoga. Merry Christmas to you, Resolute. Vile Mike says, howdy, folks. Welcome, Vile. Not Ryan Johnson. It's working this time, son of a bitch. Yes. Yes, it's working, not on Chrome, no. Darth Reverend Bird of Prey, I can still hear you, sadly. I understand what you meant. Night Ryan Johnson says, Chrome blows. Chrome is excellent. And now you tell me there's no sound. There's sound. The Vile Mike says, the Vile child really wants your Nintendo Switch. So I got her a light switch and placed Nintendo Switch logos on it. I'm going to record me giving it to her, and I might post it. That is cruel, 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 Vile. I hope, yeah, Mama Prey saying, you can only do that if you have the real one somewhere else and you give it to her after you record that. If you don't have the real one, that is too cruel, even for me. Even for me. Resolute says, Chrome and Edge like screwing with you. They all like screwing with you. Darth Revan says, tip chat. I don't know. Not Ryan Johnson says, hello and kapla. Trek95 says, Vile, you have to post it. I say don't do it. And Vile and Not Ryan Johnson are saying post it. Sci-fi, they don't call him Vile for nothing. That's absolutely true. Anyway, guys, today is actually open lines. So what I'm going to do is, I probably should have put the headphones in first. In fact, where the hell are the headphones? My headphones are gone. How could I lose my headphones? It's not a very big table. God damn it. There they are. I got them all. I wound them up nice and tight. Okay, I'm going to put the headphones in first, then I will give out the URL for anybody who wants to come into the stream and say hello, and we can talk a little. And I don't know, maybe we'll play a game later. I did get some of those Jack in the Box games or whatever the hell they are. I haven't opened them yet, but I have downloaded them. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Speakers, Realtek, high definition audio. That's what we're using. Vile Mike says, I will try to post it, but I have to get permission from her mom. I did get her an actual Nintendo Switch. Okay. As long as you got her the real thing, Vile. Resolute says, Vile Mike, that's a good way to get kicked in the jingle bells. Not Ryan Johnson says, Bird is never prepared. Mrs. Entertrigger says, Derek, they just crossed the Georgia state line. Mamo Prey says, to wish you a Merry Christmas, Mrs. Anti-Trekker. Sci-Fi Nation says, check in the bed. Check Life with Matthew says, hello there, welcome Life with Matthew. And Vile Mike says, I'm even planning to give it to her in front of some of her friends, just for the added comedy for me. Wow. Sci-Fi Nation, Vile is an anagram for evil. Lol. And Vile Mike, I'll be picking her up in 20 or 32 minutes. If I'm still here, mum is the word on everything, people. I'm not going to talk about it again. As long as nobody else brings it up, I certainly won't. Okay, so here is the link, guys. If you want to come in to the stream, now you do not need a camera. All you need is a microphone. After you click on the link, you just follow the prompts. Hit stop camera. If you have a camera, you don't want to use the camera. Hit stop camera. A default avatar will pop up. You can upload your own avatar if you want to. You can make it you can make it whatever picture you want. And but you do need to, right before you come in the stream, you're gonna want to let me know in the chat that you've come into the stream, and B, mute your YouTube window. Don't close it, just mute it, because if you hear it, if you hear if it's going, you're going to get an echo. I'm going to get an echo, and then I'll have to kick you out of the room if there's too much of an echo. Mrs. Anti-Trekker says, Merry Christmas to Mamo Pray. Thank you. Richie Poole says, Merry Christmas, take 2. Actually, Richie Poole, it's the 3rd take. Thomas, I'll be napping with your stream on at work. I'll be napping with your stream on. Work was exhausting last night, and I work in 4 hours. Damn it, Thomas. Get some rest, man. I hope. Yeah. Oh, yes, Thomas. I can't show it because I don't have the camera today. But thank you so much for the package. It did come. I have it still sealed. I'm gonna try tomorrow. I'll try to get the camera on and show it off. It looks really nice. I didn't open it, but it looks really, really nice. I greatly appreciate it, Thomas Potts. Like with Matthew's stream problems, I'm supposed to be gone, but have a sleep kid stalling things. A sleeping kid, I take it to mean. Yeah, we were having stream problems all day. Rip Vile says Resolute. Aberjam says McClunky Aberjam. Vile says lol to Resolute. Mrs. Antitrigger says Merry Christmas to Mama Pray. Sci-Fi Nation says yes, and mute your TVs and your right. Mute every source of sound. If you have preferably if you have earphones, use earphones and a microphone. If you don't have earphones and you only have a microphone, please mute a television, a radio, or any other source of sound because the microphone will pick it up. Trek 95 says, Mrs. Anti-Tricker, Merry Christmas. Richie Poole says, my kid already has the Switch. Now he wants the Switch Lite. Why would you want the Switch Lite? The Switch is good. They should be wanting the Switch Pro, which I know isn't out yet, but they know it's coming. Vile Mike says, Richie, the Switch Lite sucks. Yes. From the specs I saw, there was absolutely no point to getting the Switch Lite. Okay, I just put in the link. If you guys want to connect to the chat, please do, and I will get you on the stream. Sci-Fi Nation says he's coming in. And I just got the email saying I'm live now with the correct link. Hopefully most people got them. Live with Matthews coming in too. Richie Poole says the Switch is just fine. Yes. I don't understand what the benefit of the Switch Lite is over the Switch. And Vile agrees. Okay, we've got Life with Matthew, and he's trying to make me look bad by using his camera.
Hey.
Merry Christmas Eve, Life with Matthew.
Merry Christmas, Joe.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
And Sci-Fi Nation has just come in too. Welcome, Sci-Fi Nation.
Greetings, Bird. Hello, Life with Matthew. Nice to talk to you.
Hey, Sci-Fi. How's it been going?
Oh, it's going good. I can't complain.
And I'm happy to report all your volumes are nice and high, like I would expect them to be. Because for earlier, I don't know the Sci-Fi was here on my stream this morning, and I had to connect through a second browser because Streamlabs wasn't working on Chrome, and I could barely hear any of the guests. Now I can hear you guys live and clear and
See, you got Life with Matthew on camera, and I couldn't compete with that anyway. So.
I mean, I technically have a shirt on, but I just don't feel like going on camera.
If I had the green screen on, I'd just be like the headless ghost sort of artifact. So I got the green, and it's Christmas in here.
That's a good Halloween idea for you this next year.
You should do that. And Vile Mike is coming on in. Vile, are you in? Vile, we see Vile Mike.
Hey.
Howdy, but it seems to be slow because I'm in Poway right now.
I mean, it seems fine to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any lag.
Fine. Yeah, no lag. Sound good.
Well, everyone else sounds weird, so I'm actually going to leave.
Okay, well, take care, Vile. It was good to see you here.
Yeah, I think he just took a dig at us.
No, I don't
No.
think he meant we sound weird in that way.
Where the Vile Child's mom lives, I get really bad cell phone reception, and I'm on my cell. So
Yeah.
All right, well, you be
Understood.
careful while you're driving there, bud.
I'm not driving. I'm out in the parking lot waiting for them to get ready. But it
Oh, okay.
looks like it's cleared up now.
Oh, okay, cool. So we won't talk about the thing we won't speak about. Darth Sweeney says he got a Logitech C920 for less than £30 sterling on Amazon. I have the 922. I just don't like to use it.
I had the
It's a web
930,
camera.
keyboard.
and I regret getting the 930. It does widescreen, which you would think is nice, but all it does is it makes it really hard with the green screen to get it not showing the pipes around it.
The problem I have with the green screen we got is that, if the camera's close enough so that the green screen isn't, it doesn't go past the green screen, then my face is way too big. Way too big in the shot.
You get to see all the blemishes if you get in too close.
It's just not good. It's just
Derek
not good.
McManus calls us the usual suspects.
That is a great movie. Have y'all watched The Usual Suspects?
Oh,
I think
yeah.
I have.
I've
I might
watched
need to rewatch it, though.
several times. Kevin Spacey, right?
I don't remember who it was.
He's Kaiser Sose. I
I don't
have
give away too
spoiler.
much. Yeah,
Spoiler alert.
Spoilers, bird.
that's one of the movies like The Sixth Sense. You can only see it like the first time once, and then you enjoy it and you see all the little not Easter eggs, but all the hints for the reveal. But there's nothing like that first time you watch it. And you're like, holy crap, they just did that.
Well, The Sixth Sense I could never watch a second time, but The Usual Suspects I watch it every so often.
What was it? The vomiting
But
girl?
I
that did
agree.
it for you? For The Sixth Sense, you just couldn't watch it because of that vomiting girl.
No, I just couldn't watch it because once you know the ending, it's like, what's the hell is the point of this movie? That was the whole reason. The Usual Suspects was a good enough movie that even knowing the big reveal at the end, I could rewatch it.
I watched a movie last night on Netflix. I hadn't actually seen it yet. Called got Christopher Walken. That's why I clicked on it. It's called Kill the Irishman.
Kill the Irishman?
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Because is it an older movie? Because I know there's a new movie on Netflix that keeps getting promoted the heck out of about an Irishman.
The
too.
Irishman.
Yeah.
There's a movie, The Irishman.
No, this one's
It's like
called Kill
4
the
hours.
Irishman. It's got Christopher Walken in it.
I would have sworn General Pride from The Rise of Skywalker was Christopher Walken. I was really shocked to find out it wasn't. You know, the general who's kind of the counterpart to Hux in this one.
Oh, okay. I think I've seen it from the trailer. That was in the trailer, right?
I'm not sure if Pride was ever shown in or Admiral Pride was ever shown in the trailers.
And I've seen the movie, but I have no idea who you're talking about.
Hold on,
I don't know who Admiral Pride is.
Zachary Gibbons says, "Hello, bird."
Merry Christmas, Zachary Gibbons. Says hello to me and Mama Pray. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, happy holidays. It's Christmas, Zachary. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas and or happy holidays to you too. Vile Mike hates the part of San Diego County he's in.
We do have agnostics, bird. We gotta say happy holidays as well.
I said Merry Christmas and or happy holidays.
Oh, but then you said, but it's Christmas.
No, it's Christmas for me.
Oh, okay.
No, he meant he was correct in that for me and Mama Pray, Merry Christmas was fine. Not that I would have not liked happy holidays. unlike a lot of people, I never had a problem with saying happy holidays, but
Yeah, I don't know why they made a big deal out of that. It's just like they don't celebrate it, so why do you have to shove it back in their face?
For me, it was always like if someone just wanted to say happy holidays, I didn't care. But if someone was worried about being too PC, so they had to say happy holidays instead of Merry Christmas, I'm like, guys, relax. We all know what day it is.
No, it's not like that, Matthew. It's these people I see like around this time of year, they'll rant and say it's not happy holiday, it's Merry Christmas. Like it or leave it. It's like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, for me, it all depends on it's hard to know the heart motivation of anyone, but there's some when it was first starting, and all the stores were like, "Oh, we can't do Christmas music, we can't do wish Merry Christmas," and made it a point of putting it in their corporate handbook stuff. That was when I was like, "Guys, relax. You're allowed to wish someone whatever you want to wish them."
Mm-hmm. And that they can either respond in kind or just walk away. I mean, it doesn't have to be a big deal made out of it. I guess that's what I was trying to say.
What about you, Sci-Fi? Do you have a menorah, a tree, or whatever you use at Kwanzaa set up in your home?
I don't know
He's
what they
got a
use at
pole.
Kwanzaa. I don't really have much of anything. I might get my little 2-foot tall little tree out and put it up for the kid tomorrow.
I think Kwanzaa uses candles.
Hold on, guys. I gotta go mute for a second.
Yeah, the only real thing I know about Kwanzaa was from Futurama.
I love that Futurama episode where Hermes brings out the book.
Yes.
What the hell is Kwanzaa or something?
Yes.
Yeah, Kwanzaa bot comes. And Hermes, this is my book. What the hell is Kwanzaa? Or what the heck is Kwanzaa? Whatever
Yeah.
he said.
Yeah,
Even in the
it
year
probably-
3000, nobody knows what Kwanzaa is. Alexander puts in a $2 Canadian super chat. Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR is the best choice. Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, Alexander, to you and your Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR.
And
Hey,
Bird,
Alexandra.
since we have somebody listening in the audience today that thinks Canadian donations are fake, well, over here on Bird of Prey 5, we consider it real money.
Oh, yes. No, Canadian donations are in fact real money. And, I'm not going to make fun of Canadian money anymore ever since that brief time in the early 2000s when Canadian money was for some reason trading higher than the US dollar. I mean, it could happen again. It's not impossible for the Canadian dollar to become stronger than the US dollar. I think it was bullshit, but it could happen. So I'm not going to make fun of Canadian money. It's good. It's just as good as any other money on the planet.
It
But I
all
will make
spends the
fun
same.
of
And
their accents. I will make fun of their accents and their maple syrup and their beavers.
Well, now the Canadian accent is just like the Minnesota accent. There's not much difference there.
I make fun of the Minnesota accent too.
be
And then-
careful with that
state.
one, Bird, because Cinnabon's from Minnesota.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, he doesn't sound like he's from Minnesota. I'm sure he'll take that as a great compliment. Zachary's going to see Star Wars on Christmas night. Hope it's at least a decent movie. I hear there are things to like and dislike. It really depends on, I guess, on what you're hoping for, Zachary. There's definitely the opinions run the gamut from good to indifferent to bad. So good luck. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah. Go to have a fun time. That's just go to
Enjoy the
the spectacle.
popcorn.
Yeah, exactly.
Enjoy the popcorn. Maybe some candy, like some Raisinets or Jolly Ranchers, whatever the hell they have these days.
The
Probably
comfort of the person sitting
cinemas.
next to you.
Cinemas have like nachos and hot dogs these days. I wouldn't know.
And I had a
But-
hilarious thing when I went to see The Rise of Skywalker. The guy sitting next to me somehow dropped his phone. We had those seats that recline out, you know, and he
Mhm.
dropped his phone, so it landed in the perfect little couch fabric portion. And for the life of him, he could not get it. And like everyone around us was trying to light up the area with their cell phones. And finally, an attendant had to come and flip the whole thing over just before the movie started so he could get his phone out.
And Alexander
put
put in another $2 Canadian super chat. How often have you been called today by she-males? Alexander, it's the same answer as last time. None that I'm aware. None that I'm aware. In fact, I haven't answered any phone calls all day.
That's
So
not how you
zero,
answer your
I
phone,
guess.
Bird? You don't go, hello, my name is Bird. What's your gender? How do you identify?
Hello, is this a she-male? No, I don't. I don't answer that way. Not usually, anyway.
Just answer the phone and say "speak."
Ahoy, ahoy, like Mr. Burns.
Oh, hey, I got to head out, guys. My kid just woke up, so y'all have a Merry Christmas. I'll see you later.
Take
you have
care,
a-
life with Matthew. Matthew.
Have a great holiday, Matthew.
You too.
Merry Christmas. And
It's always
Richie
nice.
Poole, I saw your Christmas tree, Richie Poole. It was covered in Star Trek ornaments, but I don't think Sister Prey would love it. And welcome, Chief Cook. Sorry about that, sci-fi. What were you going to say?
Oh no, you're fine, Bird. I was just going to say it's always great to talk with Matthew. He's
Yes.
a really great guy and does good stuff over on his channel.
Yes, I'd imagine everyone here is already subscribed, but if by some chance you're not subscribed to Life with Matthew, please do for your own sake. He really does great videos. Also, you should subscribe to Sci-Fi Nation as well. He's just starting, and he also does great videos.
Well,
But
thank you,
Life with
Bird.
Matthew does videos that, to be honest, are better than any video I've put out. So I'm kind of surprised that he's still under 100 and I'm pushing 50. I've just passed 1,500. Oh, I'm going to ask if it's a she-male. Westmed. Hello. Hey, Dr. Wynn, how are you? Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right with you. Sci-fi.
Yep, I got it, Bird.
Can you take it for a bit?
Yep, I got you.
I'm muting.
All right. And Alexander with another $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Loved Rise of Skywalker even without Jar Jar Binks. Well, I'm sure a lot of people feel that way. I haven't seen the movie, so I wouldn't know. Let's see. I'm not sure how far we got in the chat here. There we go. All we need is the anti-tracker in here. This party will really get going. Anti-tracker is on the road right now with Mrs. Anti-tracker on their way home. I'm not sure how good his cell signal would be to jump in here. And a little shameless plug. I put out my very first edited video today, and it was to Anti-tracker. I just hope he doesn't tear me too much of a new one when he responds. Hello, Adega Outlaw. How are you doing? Yes, the Puritans did kill the witches, Biomike, in Salem. Best bird stream yet. No bird, only sci-fi. Well, thank you, but this is the holidays, Vile. Come on. Merry Christmas to you as well, Chief Cook. And Merry Christmas to you too, Adega. And guys, Adega Outlaw has a channel. He does really great stuff over there. He does the voice for different comics and audio stories. Alexander with another $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, bud. I'm a real big fan of Jar Jar Binks. Don't laugh. Oh, I'm not laughing. I actually kind of liked him when he came out. I don't know why people were so upset over him. When Bird gets back, say Alexa set alarm to 3 a.m. Well, we could, but I don't think she'll respond to my voice. Richie Poole, they're on a 10-hour drive home. It would only be an 8-hour drive if they didn't pull over so often to make up. Well, it is their anniversary. You can't hold it against them. Resolute Germ says he won't see it for a couple days. I'm betting AT gets home and starts downing pain. No, he already watched it, Mrs. Anitrekker told me at the end of Bird's last stream. I would love to come in, both of you stream one day, Chief Cook. Well, Bird put the link in earlier, Chief Cook. I think he has to approve people to come into this one, and I'm sure Bird will put the link back in if you can't scroll back up to it. Merry Christmas, Prescription Sith. Is that what ARC stands for? Prescriptions? See it on the drugstores around here all the time. Alexander, again, with $2 Canadian. We want MCU Aunt May naked right now. Right now. Well, I'm sorry, Alexander. And I'm assuming your wife isn't anywhere around because, being a Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR, she's probably got a temper on her. But thank you again. That is awesome. Okay, look at that. Something I learned from years ago actually stuck in my head. We're glad you could join the stream today, RX Smith. Alexander wants to use his Peter tingle too. Is that like Spidey senses down in the dingling? I honestly have no idea. The Sith rule. Oh, you might have some people that disagree with you in this chat about that, RX. Hector Fernando Peralta. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Welcome. What's happening here? Sci-Fi invaded another channel. Yes, I did. What did I do with Bird of Prey? Well, don't call the cops. You don't want to get him, what's that word, swatted. He's on a private phone call. Bird left me in charge. Imagine that. Oh, the trouble I could cause. But I'm not, because it's the holidays, and Bird is too good of a friend. I did not tie Bird up. He's in another state. T-Berg Sci-Fi fan, welcome. Good evening, Merry Christmas. Sci-fi is always a good thing. Science fiction is a very good thing. Yes, it is. We all love the sci-fi. And I mean the genre. He's talking with she-males on the phone. Maybe if you call the police, it'll be she-males police. Well, you never know. He does live in New York City, so you never know. Well, I know tingles a spidey sense. Aunt May came up with that name for it in Spider-Man Far From Home. Oh, interesting. T-Berg Sci-Fi fan says, going on record beside I'm assuming anti-Trekker, Rise of Skywalker was acceptable ending to their Star Wars experience. Yes, Peter tingles a spidey sense. Okay, we get that. It's kind of like the bubble guts. I think we have a bird of prey back. Oh wait, who is this joining us?
Chief Cook.
Chief Cook. Okay.
Hey, you guys
Kapla,
doing?
Chief Cook.
Hey, Kapla. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you and Sci-Fi. I've said Merry Christmas to him already. And I just want to say thank you again, Alexander, for those 2 super chats. I was on the phone with my old doctor, who's a very, very nice guy. He calls on to check on me every so often, and I couldn't not take his call. I apologize. Thank you so much, Sci-Fi Nation, for handling the stream for 7.5 minutes.
No problem, Bird. He put 3 more in after you went to take your call.
I tried to highlight them as they came in. Thank you so much, Alexander. And welcome, Chief Cook.
Thank you. Good to see you guys again. Oh, God, Alexander. Little Rise of Skywalker, even without Jar Jar Binks.
I'm glad you liked it, Alexander. I really am.
Hey, Zachary, how you doing? Richie Poole.
Hey, you got a lot of fans, Chief Cook.
Thanks. Yeah, I see. Resolute. How you doing, Resolute?
I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to you, Chief Cook. I'm going to double check.
I don't do it often, but no, because I work 2 jobs. I'm still in the Navy, so I get a chance. But I think I'm off working today. Get off early, so I just you guys was on. I mean, should come on.
Very cool.
We understand, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I am not subscribed. I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah, I got to make sure I'm subscribed as well.
And Alexander put in another $2. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was too far up in the chat. My bad. See, I just pulled a me.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what do you guys think on Star Wars? Was it good or 1 out of 10? What y'all think of it?
I gave it a 5. I did a review. I gave it like a 5. It wasn't terrible. It was a hell of a lot better than The Last Jedi. But I felt like it should have been more.
I have not seen it yet.
Oh, God. Man.
And it was entertaining for me. I didn't hate it. What about you?
Me? I think it was too fast.
Yeah.
It was just too rushed. Rush, jump. You know, it's starting to slow down, but it was better than Last Jedi. I gotta admit that. But I hate the ending, especially the ending. I agree with everybody. You know, the old lady out of the blue. Oh, what's your name? Oh, I'm Skywalker. Oh, come on. You should have seen when I was in the theater, and people were like, come on, really? No, that I heard a lot of stories like that on streams. They hated that. You know, she's a Palpatine. You don't call yourself a Jedi. Come on. Yeah. So that was disappointing on that. But after that, it was just a real quick shoot 'em up, bang bang kind of movie.
Well, I gave my theory on why she took the Skywalker name. I think that when she kissed Kylo, it was actually some type of forced marriage. So she got to take the Skywalker name through marriage.
Well, is it a Solo? Isn't that name is Solo? So,
well, we don't know for sure it was Solo. It could have been Skywalker. I mean, he could have taken Leia's name.
Or Ben Solo. Oh.
Yeah, Ben Solo could have been just as easily been Ben Skywalker.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Bird, you might have to explain to Alexander how to get on the stream.
Oh, Alexander. Okay, you guys can talk. Alexander, I'm going to put a link in the chat. Just click on the link and follow the instructions.
Oh God, Alexander.
And anyone else who wants to jump in, you're welcome to.
You don't need any software and you don't need a camera.
Just mute your YouTube and mute any TV or radio you might have playing.
And I'll
the
be right
vile
back.
child is waking up, according to Vile Mike. Walking up.
Yeah.
So, shh.
So you guys think would it be a Star Wars 10 in 2 or 3 years?
I think they're going to do a Star Wars, though I don't think they're going to name it Episode 10. I think it'll be another side story. Because Rogue One, I think most people liked.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, I think I agree with it. Probably another Rogue One or something like that. But no, it just, I can't. Well, I went to a Neurotic and it was talking about, they might do it in 5 years. And it was trying to pick up a name, what it's going to be, like a son of Skywalker or something like that, or something like some crazy idea. They was talking about Ray might finish where Luke with his own academy or something like that. Yes, Alexander.
Alexander's made it on the stream. Welcome, Alexander.
How are you? I'm really glad to be here. I'm at work right now. I'm working in the parking lot. And this is boring. There are nobody. This is why I was hoping that it's yet Pepsi. Oh, I have already won this.
Well, I got my Pepsi here too.
Oh boy, 2 Pepsi drinkers in the same stream.
I take Diet Pepsi because I didn't found any diet root beer A&W.
AMW. Oh wow.
Yesterday I was to the cinema and I saw The Last Jedi and it was really great. I like it really much, and I was a little bit worried, but Anti-Trigger said that it was a fine movie, so I trust him, and I went there and it was fine. I was really glad about it.
Oh, okay.
People are complaining. People are complaining for nothing. I don't understand why people hate so much that movie. Some people want to do business by hating, I think.
Well, there's different opinions. What I get is I think most people who truly hate the movie hate it because Palpatine. People always get me on my pronunciation, but that Palpatine is still alive, and by him being alive, that kind of ruins the entire point of Luke sacrificing. Luke and Anakin sacrificing themselves to kill Palpatine. And him being alive just undoes that, and that's where the hate comes from.
The hate is coming as bad writing. It's just bad writing, and they have no clue what to do with the character after the last guy directed the Last Jedi. Who's the big bad guy? They should have done was her Rey and Finn go out to each other. Do it out, and she wins. He won't die, but he turned to the good side and called it a day. But it just don't make no sense. The guy died. George Lucas said he died. The guy who played Palpatine said he died. No reason to bring him back on story. They just don't know how to make Star Wars. But this is just another remake of a remake. That's what it is.
But in the Return of the Jedi, they just only killed Palpatine. They destroyed the Death Star that was supposed to destroy many planets. They get rid of Palpatine for many decades. But it's a victory. And what's the point of this problem? Because the people focus only on the fact that Palpatine have been killed, and in the extended universe that people are loving so much. I mean, there was clone Palpatine and everything. Anyway, if you want to have a new saga, you need to have an enemy.
Just to address what Mr. Lundell said, it says Rise of Skywalker is what you get when you try to make a trilogy of movies without a plan. Exactly. I think there was a plan, but I think Rian Johnson decided that he was step number 2. He said, F this plan.
Yeah,
I'm going to put in my own.
Exactly.
And then we're like, we're going to go back to the first person.
Yeah, that's everybody said. Everybody said the same thing. I think he screwed everything.
As you see, I'm working now. I just had my first client in 1 hour.
Yeah, I think if Rian Johnson mess up the Last Jedi. I think the Star Wars could have Rise of Skywalker could have made it a little bit better. But basically, they just pick up the pieces of the last movie and just did that, and that's exactly what came out. I'm still the biggest point of everybody at this point is the most powerful Jedi, which is Luke, throwing a lightsaber over his shoulder and dust off this. Didn't make any sense. It just people got pissed off of the movie, and they
And it's not the
killed.
first time. We saw that with Justice League. I mean, there was a plan. They changed everything. The movie have been scrapped. I mean, that's where it was supposed to be. There was supposed to be other things, and I think the Suicide Squad is the same. The plan of the beginning was not the same that what we got. So this is
Yeah,
exactly the same thing that
I
we
think
got with Batman Returns and Batman Forever. I mean, there was a little change there. I mean, they continued.
well, I think the Last Jedi. I'm sorry. The Justice League would have been great. No, would have been better if when Zack Snyder didn't live. I understand. He left because his daughter had passed away, and I think he had a script and everything was straight, and the guy should have followed the same script. But he come in and changed everything. So I agree with that. That there was something. The guy just screw this. I'm gonna make my own film, and took over and look what happened. Now they talking about everybody yelling about the Zack. What do they call it? Cuts. Probably coming out next year, I think it is, on HBO Max. The Zack cuts, which it still won't change anything. I think people still be pissed off.
Welcome in, Darth Sweeney.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, Darth.
Oh, excellent. Just testing out my
Welcome
new
to the chat.
mic. Thanks very much, Bird Prey.
I apologize. I would have introduced you earlier, but Sassy was barking like crazy, so I muted the microphone.
I used to have a dog, so I know what that's like.
Okay.
I don't understand the kind of conspiracy theory people are speaking about movie changing and everything, because as you can look, example, this is not something new that a good trilogy becomes shit because they want to kill stuff. For example, I need Batman Returns and Batman Forever. It's a good example. McDonald wanted to have a movie less dark, and they change everything. It's become from a masterpiece to absolute shit. And we saw the same thing with RoboCop. I mean, the first one was really gore. The second one was at least gore. The third, this is kid stuff. And then always when you want to take the movie and
Alexander, you're kind of breaking up. I don't know if anyone else can hear you.
I can barely hear him.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
really
bit.
can't hear you, Alexander.
Yeah, you're all breaking up, Alexander.
I don't know if you can hear. Not really.
Maybe this is because of China.
Alexander, I'm gonna mute you for a little bit. I'll give you a couple minutes to see if you can do anything.
You're going in and out, Alexander.
Yeah, okay. I muted Alexander. We'll give him a couple minutes, see if he can do anything to improve. If not, we'll talk to you later, Alexander. Thank you so much for coming on.
Well,
Okay, now I hear.
One of the
Now I
problems
hear
with
like
movies these days is it's just so much appallingly bad writing. It's the same with literature to an extent. You see the same thing, awful writing, very amateurish. It's like fan fiction, most of it.
What, Star Wars?
Star Wars to an extent. So many television as well as movies. The writing's amateurish. You look at shows going back even to the 90s, the writing was 1,000 times better. There's a lot more suspense and anticipation in the movies. Now it's like they're churning out, they've got little robots churning out line after line of garbage. It's just, I'm an avid reader of books, particularly fantasy books, and most of it nowadays is just absolute swill. It really is. And it's
Well, someone.
Chief Cook, I just had to mute you because we're hearing like some type of
Okay.
grinding noise.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. I was moving. My bad.
No,
Can you
no,
hear me
no
now?
problem. Yeah,
Okay,
I can
my
hear you
bad.
fine.
Okay.
I mean, if you
Uh,
need to move, we can mute you for a little bit. It's up to you.
okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Alexander again,
can.
bird.
Okay. I was saying was someone said it was is well neurotic. Say it was just a Me Too movement. It just everything started changing. You want to change all the white males and take them out and put women and everything. I think that's what it is. Uh, they
Alexander with another $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much, Alexander. You don't have to put in super chats every time. This is because
they,
he's in the parking lot now. We get you. I understand,
yeah.
Alexander. It's no biggie deal. It was very good to hear from you, though. And yeah, Chief Cook, when you're moving, it's just a lot of noise. So
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
mute you when you get to where you're going. I'll or whatever. Put in the chat. I'll put you back.
Okay.
Okay. Ah,
Hashtag Canadian money is real.
yes, Canadian money is indeed real. T-Berg's a vertebrae, the master of crashing things. How the heck did the throne room conveniently land on the rim of the Death Star laser ball? So much. And why was that ancient dagger? Why did it have the wreckage of the Death Star that only landed, like 30, 40 years ago? And this dagger made God knows when it had the Death Star, built into it. And that they knew exactly where she was going to be, or whoever was going to be, when they started looking. Because if she was 100 yards away, it wouldn't have matched up.
It's cheap writing.
So much
It's like it's there
terrible writing.
because it is, and they don't actually take the trouble to employ any decent screenwriters. All the decent writers nowadays seem to have retired.
I think that could be true.
I'd just like to say it was great seeing Alexander on cam. It's nice to put a face with who we talk to in the chat, almost on a daily basis.
Alexander has done a couple of streams, not in a while, but you could subscribe to Alexander. He does occasionally do live streams, and they're very fun. He does them after. He hasn't done them in quite a while, but when he did do them, he did them right after Anti-Tracker at night, and they were good fun.
To him, I don't think I was.
Yeah, no, everybody should. Everybody should. He doesn't do them often, but when he does, they're definitely worth listening to.
Well, he sounds like he'd be a blast on a live stream.
Darth Sweeney, do you do streams?
I tried streaming World of Warcraft on Twitch because I got a new desktop machine earlier this year. i7 9700K, 64 gig of RAM. Got a camera, RTX 2080 graphics. I did a bit of streaming on Twitch, but it's unless you're already established like Asmongold, then you're really, if you'll pardon the vulgarity, pissing in the wind because the market is saturated. But it's still fun. You can meet great people streaming online.
Gotcha.
I think the benefits of meeting good, decent people outweighs the trolls that'll come in eventually.
Yeah, I mean, Asmongold, somebody came onto his stream the other day, or the other week, I think it was, and they began hurling racist abuse, and he had to mute them. But that sort of thing is completely unacceptable, but it seems to happen disturbingly often on places like Twitch and YouTube nowadays.
It does. There's no, reason for it, honestly.
But I've never really streamed on YouTube. I've never made any YouTube videos because I haven't got any suitable editing software. I could probably grab some on the cheap.
Well, if you need editing software, DaVinci Resolve is free, and it's excellent.
I found a free one today, Bird. It's open source software. It's called, actually, I linked it in my video I posted today. It's called OpenShot. It's open source. OpenShot. I'll type it in the chat.
OpenShot. Gotcha. Well, I
But a
mean,
lot-
I'm sure that's fine too, but DaVinci Resolve is, I mean, professional level editing software that is completely free
oh, excellent.
for
Oh, yeah,
99% of the stuff you need to do. It's only if you needed like ultra or high K, higher than 4K resolution, or super intensive stuff, you got to pay for it.
Oh, that
So
OpenShot
it's great to
is
have.
completely free. It's all open source.
I mean, I'm sure it's good. I haven't used it personally. I just know that I myself, Mr. Miles, Anti-Tricker, and many other people on YouTube are using Resolve these days, so I can
You said
attest to it.
You said it's free?
OpenShot, yes, it's free. There's a paid version, but you can get the free version from their website, and you only need the paid version if you're like literally in Hollywood doing Hollywood special effects. Now there is
I'm
a
gonna
learning curve.
check
I'm
that
going to
out
be
too to
honest.
see if it's any easier to use than OpenShot.
I'm going to be honest. There is a learning curve. It's not, I wouldn't say it's the easiest software to use, but there's tons of YouTube tutorials on how to do everything. So if you don't mind watching a 5 or 10 minute video on how to do different things, you learn as you go, you'll be fine.
Well, considering I just edited my first video ever today and got it put together in about an hour, obviously you're going to see it needs improvement. But for me, as my first one, I think it's pretty.
No, that was a very good job, especially for a first one. I watched it, by the way, yes. And we'll see if we'll have to let Anti-Tracker see it so he can give a response.
I believe he has. I believe Mrs. Anti-Tricker said he'll have a post when he gets home.
Okay. Alexander says, Bird of Prey, Rise of Skywalker was good. I liked it, even without Jar Jar Binks. I'm not surprised, Alexander, although I'm glad you did not need Jar Jar to like it, or apparently you didn't need Aunt May either. So
I haven't seen Rise of Skywalker yet. I didn't like Force Awakens. I thought it was just a cheap rip-off of A New Hope, a cash grab. The Last Jedi was the most appallingly bad movies I've ever seen in my life. I'd sooner take a red hot poker up the backside than watch that movie again. And I just completely disillusioned with Star Trek at the moment. The sole exception being Star Wars: The Old Republic. I play that game from time to time because the stories in that are actually good for all the people who laugh at video game writing. The writing in Star Wars: The Old Republic for the level 1s, level 50s journeys is actually really good.
Mr. Lundell's Groovy Movies. I just started season 2 today. I think it just dropped today on Netflix for Lost in Space.
I haven't seen The Witcher or Lost in Space, Mr. Lundell. You? Let's see if Chief Cook is quiet again. Chief Cook, if you can hear this, I'm going to unmute you, so stop talking about anything too personal.
Okay. Yeah,
you there, Chief Cook?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah, I seen the Watcher Saturday and Sunday. Finished it Sunday. It was pretty good. It's good to see Henry Cavill again. Say wish he still played Superman, but it was pretty good. It's not exactly like the game, but it was close to it. I think the Lost in Space come on tomorrow. I think tomorrow. I think someone says the season 2 tomorrow. On the Lost in Space. The first season was all right. Everybody complained about that the wife was controlling everything. Once again, one of those Me Too moment. SGW like persons, trying to take care of take what to do. But it was pretty good last season.
Azine, anyone can come into the stream. I just posted the link.
And greetings, Keely Chow.
But as of you were saying about Star Wars, I mean the Force Awakens, but that was exactly rip out of A New Hope. Or everybody say that it was exact remake of New Hope, point by point.
Yeah, Hollywood seems to be creatively bankrupt at the moment. They're relying on recycling old ideas and old stories rather than. I'm guessing it's because they're being run by bean counters that they're afraid to take the risk of making something new and just dive in off the deep end. George Lucas did that with Star Wars originally, didn't he? And it paid off enormously.
Yes.
Merry Christmas, Keely Chow. New name in the chat.
Yeah, but also, they are making a lot of remakes. I just heard Fantasy Island is coming out next year, which is I think it's a scary movie. I'm not sure what else movies coming out besides that, but I think they are losing their mojo in Hollywood.
Yeah. I mean, the British film industry's been dead for a long time, and the BBC are just a laughing stock. They don't need advertisers because they're state funded, and everything they churn out is appallingly bad. It's just, I'd rather watch the old stuff from the 80s or even the 70s, showing my age a bit there, and it's better than the trash that's turned out nowadays. Even it looks better nowadays, but the writing is just, you should forget it and try past it.
Yeah, especially when they done to Doctor Who, making her female. I never watched Doctor Who, but I heard not the erotic and other screaming talk about and Mary, a couple of people heard about, they hated it.
Yeah.
They hated what he done to her. They didn't hate the character, they just hate the writing of the character, and it's the same thing like in Hollywood. It's just getting a bit more and more worse. Movies coming out.
Yeah. I mean, I used to watch Doctor Who back in the mid 70s. Tom Baker, for me, has always been the best Doctor Who. Always. He was absolutely sensational. Partially because he's a good actor, but also because for people that have met him, he's absolutely mad, completely insane. And the writing went downhill gradually. Colin Baker, I think, got fired. Sylvester McCoy, he was let down by such appalling writing that they ended up closing Doctor Who until 2005. And I didn't go back to the new Doctor Who's, apart from one episode here or there. It just didn't have the same feel because it didn't have the same zany writing that it used to have.
Welcome nicely to the stream.
There was one character. Okay, sorry about that. I heard that one of the Doctor Who would be in Star Wars, and they cut him out of the movie. I forget what his name was.
Oh, Matt Smith.
Yeah, and Rock was talking about that last night on his stream. They say he was in the movie. They didn't say which character he was, but it is said in the stream last year that he was that fact in the movie, and now he's not.
I think they.
And Nerdrotic just went live.
Okay.
Just so anybody who wants to go. Yeah, Nerdrotic just went live.
Okay.
He must have heard you talking about him.
Yeah. 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 I've been tracking on his stream a long time, but you never do it. I never get a chance to get on, but I've been trying to get him on the stream and Tom and Mary, a couple of people. But actually, Robert's the first person I've been on.
I'm honored to have you, Chief.
It's a pleasure talking to everybody here.
Okay. So what?
Stream and in the chat.
Okay.
Strangely, one of the best sci-fis that I've seen from the BBC was in the late 70s, early 80s. I don't know if you saw this in America. Blake's 7.
Oh God, I remember that one. I remember that.
Oh yeah, it's the anti-Star Trek. It was dubbed. Very Orwellian in style, and the sets were awful. Really wobbly sets, even wobblier than my webcam. And but the acting, because it was all professional stage actors, the acting was sensational. It was fantastic.
Speaking of old British movies, one of my favorites. I think someone is going to plan to do a remake of The Prisoner.
Oh yes, TV series. Yes, I said.
Yeah, they was planning to turn it into another TV series again. I heard, but so far I ain't heard anything about it. But I don't know if it'll be a movie or a TV series. But I heard they're trying to do that.
I've never actually seen The Prisoner. I've got I think I got a copy on DVD buried in the bottom of a box somewhere, and I've never watched it.
Yeah. So
So yeah, Blake 7 was very weird in its style. The characters in it were criminals. The heroes were bad guys, and the Federation was, without spoiling anything for you, like something you'd see out of 1984.
Nightbreeze, that's you. I see Nightbreeze here.
Yeah, Nightbreeze is here.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Are you around, Nightbreeze?
Yep. How's it going?
Good. Did I just kick somebody? Who did we lose? Sci-fi.
Sci-fi
We
guy.
lost Sci-fi. I think. Okay, I don't think I kicked him. If I did, I'm sorry, Sci-fi. My mouse clicks, but I think he signed off.
In chat, he put that his phone is cutting out, so he's gonna be in chat listening to it, but he won't be in the.
There he is. Thank you for that. Yeah, well, I should be reading my own chat. So you guys have any plans for Christmas?
Oh, I'm going to be cooking.
I don't.
Oh, I'm watching the game. I already cooked, so I'm just me and my dog and watch a good game.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I'm going to be cooking until about 6 or 7 in the evening. Everything's done. The dishes are done. And then I'm just going to reach for the beer.
Matter of fact, where you guys from? Where's everybody from?
Well,
I'm in New York.
I'm from the southeast of England.
I'm from Illinois.
Okay, I am from Memphis, which is a couple of 100 miles away from Undertaker. And that's Striker.
Undertaker. Now you're right the first time.
Yeah, Andy Striker. Yeah, I think he's. I forget what city in, but actually, it takes about 2 hours to get there. Yeah, it's about 3 hours here away from here from Memphis.
Yeah, Tennessee's a long state like that.
Yeah, it's a long. It's a big long state, and actually, I drove from one end to another by mistake one time. So it is a big long state.
How do you like in Memphis?
Right now is not. It used to be cold, but now it's rainy. Is you can tell it's winter. It keeps saying it's going to snow, but it never does. Rainy here, light rain. We all hoping for a white Christmas because it hadn't been a white Christmas here in a long time. But it is very actually it's a half a day here on work, so everybody half day gone. So it's basically a boring state. It's not like Nashville, but it's a boring state.
Gotcha. Well, boring is better than a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Burr sounds
like from Florida. Huh?
I was gonna say, Bird sounds like New York is far from boring lately.
Yeah. I wish we would have some boring, but not so lucky. So Zachary Gibbons is from Florida, and Alexander put in another $2 Canadian super chat that he's from Quebec City and he's going to get married in Cuba. Well, where in Cuba, Alexander? Havana?
I was about to say that, Havana.
Yeah, Alexander is in Canada, so he can go to Cuba without needing a visa. And apparently so can his Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR. So
I thought he was Russian. I thought Alexander was Russian.
He's not Russian. He's Canadian, but he is a full-blooded communist. So it's easy to mistake.
Same kind of
he admits it. It's not that he doesn't deny it. And when he does his streams, Alexander, down with these capitalist pigs.
Oh God!
The feds refused her a visa. Yep, these capitalist pigs. Well, I hope you enjoy. I hope we get to see some pictures from the wedding in Cuba, Alexander. I would love to see some of those pictures of the wedding, not the wedding night. Just to be clear. T-Berg's in Ontario, Canada. Mom O'Prey worked for JetBlue, an airline here in the U.S. And there is an airport that they used to fly to, Ontario, California. So it would be abbreviated Ontario, CA. So they would occasionally get people that thought they were headed to Canada and ended up in California. And I would assume some people have ended up in Ontario, California, in Ontario, Canada, thinking they were going to California, because CA is how you abbreviate both California and Canada. You'd think one of them would change their names.
It sounds terribly confusing.
My mom probably also saying they had the problem with Portland, Oregon, and Portland, Maine, but even though the states were different, but those people were just not looking at the details. Alexander with another $2 super chat. I'm a Trotskyit, down with capital dictatorship. You know, Alexander, I think you're going to get your wish sooner than later. Just seems like we're headed in that direction.
If Alexander keep giving you secret chat, you don't run out of money. He must got a lot of money hidden.
He's got to be the richest communist since Lenin.
Yeah. $2 here and $2 there. You must got money somewhere hidden. Some kind of lockbox somewhere.
Sooner or later, you run out of other people's money.
Yeah. Great word from Margaret Thatcher. You're gonna run out of people's money.
She was kind of an idiot, but the system, the economy worked.
Well, when Alexander needs more money, he just charges extra for the parking lot. Like there's a $2 surcharge. They just pay it. They don't ask why. It's actually a great job.
Yeah, well,
I don't think she got to Canada yet.
I have to make tracks now. Got things to do before the morning. So, best wishes. I hope you have a great Christmas.
Thank you. Take care, Darth Sweeney. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Darth Sweeney.
Thank you very much.
Did you want to shout out your Twitch channel or anything?
No, it's dead. There's nothing on it.
Okay. No problem.
Have a good Christmas.
You too. Take care. Night Breeze, well, before we forget, you want to shout out your channel since you're putting stuff out?
Oh, sure, thanks. I'm Night Breeze. I do mainly retro gaming. Currently doing old school Dungeons and Dragons PC games. And always interested in what people think of my channel. So feel free to come over and take a look.
And Chief Cook, I see you're muted. I think you've muted yourself, right? Did I unmute? Okay, Chief Cook. Chief Cook disconnected. Otherwise, I don't know if he had a channel, but yeah, you guys should subscribe to Chief Cook. And Alexander's coming back in. Let's get Alexander back in here.
I trying without the video because I think the video didn't help.
Definitely. Yeah, the video would have been taking up some of the bandwidth. So good thinking.
Hi, Alexander.
Coming in loud and clear, Alexander.
Yes. And what I was saying before, I think I don't know the conspiracy about changing the movies. I think that the companies are only stupid and they just all want to do money, and they are like chicken without head. They are running on the side and on the other. They had a lot of success with the Batman of Tim Burton, and they changed everything only because McDonald's wanted to have a more family-friendly movie. So they always does that. This is the reason why you need to have like a fixed trilogy, like the Batman from Christopher Nolan, 3 movies after that. This is the end, and you start it over. If not, it's become like low quality. Too much people are changing. They change their receipt. Everybody is sad. I mean, I think this is the biggest problem. Look, they change from they change from JJ to someone else, and it's become shit. This is the same thing with Justice League. I mean, each time that the corporate, the head of the corporation, they panic about, I don't know, the other company, the competition, then they let it get more money about this, or like the sponsorship wants to change the stuff because they don't like it. After that, this is the way I see it.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. I don't have a web stream yet. I'm doing next year, so it's my first time. So I'll just try to see how it works. But you can guys see me on my Love Chief Cook, and start streaming. Like I said, next year. And anybody want to subscribe, I'll be subscribed.
Very cool. I'm gonna. Wow, it's a little loud.
Sorry about that. That was me. Hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. It's just some other noise going on.
Okay.
Want to.
Guys, you should go in Cuba for my wedding. It would be good.
Chief Cook, I'm gonna mute you again because
okay,
it's kind of hard to hear over you.
Okay,
but, hang around a little bit if you want.
Let me hold on a second. I'll do it.
Okay. There we go. Alexander, I'm sorry, I missed whatever you were saying.
You should go to Cuba in April to my wedding. It would be cool.
I don't know. Did anybody else hear? I heard noises. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting it cut out, with what he's saying. I heard something about Cuba and the wedding.
Oh yeah, well I saw Richie Poole said, or somebody said, why not get married in Vegas? She couldn't get a visa to come to the U.S., so they can't get married in the USA.
Yes, in the U.S. it will be hard for it's really hard for Muslim people to enter in U.S. right now. So I mean, even if she has also the Russian Federation citizenship. So this is a mix. That mix is really hard to enter the United States right now.
Yeah, I get you. Oh, and we got a special guest coming on. Anti-Trekker.
Hey guys.
Welcome, Anti-Trekker.
Hey, Anti-Trekker.
Hey, and Mrs. Anti-Trekker is here too, of course. Obviously, I'm using her phone right now, but she can say hi loudly. Hey.
Hi, Mrs. Anti-Trekker.
Hi, Anti-Trekker.
But see, they all love you more than me. No, somebody just said hi, Anti-Trekker. So, first of all, I'm sorry I missed Darth Sweeney because I was going to tell him that he needs to take. He said he had The Prisoner on DVD, but he hadn't watched it. He needs to watch it. Dang, what was that?
Okay, I'm muting Chief Cook for a little bit. I don't know what's going on with him, but that was loud.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was. That came from Chief Cook.
Yeah, it came from Chief Cook.
Shame on you, Chief. Anyway, if you haven't seen The Prisoner, it's an excellent show. It's a little weird, but it is a really good show.
Do you watch?
The Prisoner.
Michael, do you watch Barbie in the Rockin' Royals?
Not yet, because we had to go down to
Sorry about that.
Georgia for our anniversary, which is we went to medieval times, and then today we drove down to Florida to basically just spend a couple of hours with my father-in-law, and now we're driving home. So hopefully this week we'll get a chance to watch it, but we've been running all over the country.
Oh, great! I mean, I'm pretty sure you'll like it. It's looked like a quality movie with a good plot, and I'm pretty sure you should do a video about it. A video preview. I'm sure it will win a lot of subscriber.
I'm sure I'm sure there'll be a ton of people that'll be enthralled to see my review of Barbie and the Rockin' Royals.
Yes, great.
Alexander, you are just so crazy.
We are on the same page.
We're in the same stage.
We're all pretty crazy to be here.
Well, but
Yeah, sane
Alexander's like
people
a
don't do
special kind
this.
of crazy.
But
Yeah, I'll grant you, Alexander's at the top of this pyramid.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
think I would like to know how you had everything of you. How you had bring Jar Jar Binks in the Rise of the Skywalker, where it could be in the story to fit very well.
I don't know.
I
that
think
Jar
when
Jar
they
would
did,
be-
oh,
Go ahead, Bert.
I was gonna say, I think when they did the flashback to Luke and Leia doing the training, Jar Jar could have been there, like an old Jar Jar could have been there, watching and commenting on like technique.
Well, yeah, like Jar Jar could have actually been training Luke and Leia. Like they
That's
could have had the flash. Luke and Leia are practicing with their lightsabers, and then have Jar Jar say, "Oh, me so angry. Your technique is bad. Oi, oi." And then that's how they could include it.
Speaking about that, you guys be surprised how Leia kicked his butt, and Leia and Luke had more experience in becoming a Jedi. Neurotic said something about that. How did Leia come and be like Rey, all the experience in the Force, and yet he beat Luke Skywalker?
Well, we know the Force is female, so it's just to be expected.
I actually, like a year and a half ago, I did a video say the one thing that explains everything about Star Wars, and I actually did put out that the Force is in fact female, which is why women have an easier time using the Force than men.
But I think that the best way to bring Jar Jar Binks in the Rise of the Skywalker, it have been to be associated with Lando. I mean, he could have been on the planet with Lando, and after that, participate to the ending battle, and being clumsy.
Maybe Jar Jar. Here's an idea: Jar Jar could have been Lando's new wife, since Lando's pansexual. This daddy ticker just threw up a little. Oh my god!
I thought he was trisexual. He'd try anything once.
Well, they said he's pansexual, which means he can be aroused by anything.
Yeah, I know the definition. I was trying to be funny.
Right.
Wow, pansexual. Yeah, that.
So I think if Jar Jar was Mrs. Calrissian, then that would have been an opening to bring Jar Jar into the movie. And of course, you could say that Jar Jar and Lando met back during shortly after his robot girlfriend was destroyed, and they've been together ever since. Because we haven't seen anything of Lando or Jar Jar in between Episode 3 and Episode 5. So maybe they were together that whole time, but then they had a rough spot, and Jar Jar left him, and so he stayed in Cloud City, but then they got back together after Return of the Jedi.
Wait, he had a sex spot?
You didn't know about the sex spot?
No.
That's in Solo. Have you seen Solo?
Oh, I've seen it. I must have blocked that part out.
Yeah. He was the robot, that kind of dykey robot. That was his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. All right.
But it had been possible to do that, Michael, because they cut the scene when Lando had sex with Rose Tico, and they cut that scene because when I was to the movie, I didn't saw that scene. So they cut the scene where Lando have sex with Rose Tico. So at this point, they were able to change it for Jar Jar Binks. You are right.
Or maybe Lando married Rose Tico and Jar Jar.
It can be possible. It's another option.
I have a question to you.
Yeah.
I have a question to you on the tracker. Do you think there will be a Star Wars 10 in 4 or 5 years from now?
I don't know. I think that, the thing that I'm really disappointed by is, more than anything else with this whole mess of a trilogy, is the idea that the Skywalker saga is over. I don't want the Skywalker saga to be over. I love the whole concept of the Skywalker family. So, will there be an episode 10? Sooner or later, Disney's going to hit that well because, I mean, even though I think that episode 9 is not going to do super spectacular numbers, I think it's going to break $1 billion. And there aren't that many movies that can say that. And if you
I was
wait a
on
couple of years, good.
I was on Tim Midnight Edge. He was thinking they going to reboot the whole series again and just have like a whole female thing, or have Leia.
Nah, I don't think they're going to do that. And in fact, I think that what we see in episode 9 is proof that they're not going to do that. Because episode 9, if you look at the way that a lot of stuff was done, like, did you see the video I put out yesterday about it?
I'm gonna watch it. I'll watch it.
Okay. In that video, I actually show a brief clip from episode 9 because I think it really drives the point home. Is that at one point Rey wants to hide on Ahch-To and basically prevent her force powers from being a danger to the universe, which is exactly what Luke did in episode 8. And so she's talking to the Force Ghost of Luke, and she says, "I'm just doing what you did," and he said, "I was wrong."
Yeah, I remember that. So, I remember that.
Right, and so there's definitive. There's also the fact that she was trying to throw away a lightsaber, and Luke stopped her and said, "This weapon needs to be treated with more respect." They went out of their way to apologize for episode 8, and not only that, but in episode 8, Finn and Poe were basically reduced to bumbling fools in comic reviews, and in episode 9. While you can argue whether or not they were done well, they were at least taken seriously again.
Okay. So where you see it go from here or not? If you was writing Star Wars 10, how you do it?
If I was going to do Star Wars 10, honestly, I would set it probably maybe 500 years after episode 9. And that way you can completely wash your hands over the crap that happened in the sequel trilogy and start out with basically the Force is now kind of forgotten about, and there's a distant relative of Luke finds out that he is the descendant of the legendary Luke Skywalker, begins to experiment about using Force powers, but then there's some kind of rising evil in the universe too that he's got to counter.
Somebody said the same thing on Midnight Edge last night. Last night I was on the stream. There'll be like some kind of Luke, somebody related to Luke, will come back like Luke Skywalker, or some lost son or somebody like that, and come back and do that. Right. Yeah, the scene in. But let it be.
Yeah, but let it be at least a dozen generations down the road. We don't need more. We don't want to be reminded of the sequel trilogy. Right. I think that a lot of people. Go ahead.
Me personally, I think it would be better to do a trilogy named Rise of the Gungans, with Jar Jar Binks as the main character. And it will be really, Rise of the Gungans. Like the Gungans have been close to be extinct because of the Civil War, but after a part of peace, there are a new evil forces coming, and the Gungans are saying enough is enough. And an old and really full of wisdom Jar Jar organize the Gungans and they save the universe. It will be really good.
Well, here's the problem with that, Alexander. The main problem with that is that nobody would take that seriously. I know because Jar Jar was comic relief in the original in the prequel trilogy. And so to try and make Jar Jar now a old wise character, most people couldn't possibly take that seriously. And the Gungans overall were treated as a comic relief species. And so I don't think you can turn them into a serious thing in the Star Wars universe. Now, that doesn't mean you can't bring back Gungans and have it work. I actually do think that you could bring back Gungans into the Star Wars universe and have it work if you have a good writer and everything. But I would not try to make the Gungans the wise, old sage type characters. You would have to go for they're going to or R2D2. They're not going to be fill in for Luke Skywalker or Han Solo.
AT.
Okay, we also were saying in the stream last time. You remember in the Last Jedi that young boy who had a Jedi and pick up the broom. Maybe he could
Yeah.
be related to Skywalker. And I was thinking the same thing. That we were thinking about the same thing on a Midnight Edge stream. Could that young boy could be related to Luke Skywalker?
Right. And I think that's, I mean, we don't know everything that Luke Skywalker did, only that at some point he lost it, tried to kill his nephew, and then exiled himself because of his own stupidity. Then his own exile stupidity himself. But we don't know everything he did, and it's entirely possible that was in exile that he had a girlfriend and she got pregnant and he didn't know about it, and that's his kid.
Yeah, that'd been a great movie.
I
think that would be a better plot line to follow, which is kind of ironic considering that came from the deranged mind of Brian Johnson. But at least that would separate us from the rest of this crap from the sequel series. Follow this kid's kid, you know. Go a couple of generations, make it so that, you know, we're not going to see Rey, we're not going to see Finn, we're not going to see any of those characters because we don't want anything to remind us of the sequel series. We're just going to follow like a couple of generations down the road. Where is this kid's kid? Maybe, and in fact, you could even have the thing start on Canto Bight, and this kid's like great grandson is a slave, but also has these force powers and decides to lead a revolution.
What about having Rey become evil, come to the dark side, and have that kid could be related to Luke and come back and just whoop her, you know, and he take over the saga.
I think Rey should have gone evil in the Rise of Skywalker.
But I think for me, in the Rise of Skywalker, it was weird that they clone Palpatine, because if you have to clone someone in Star Wars, you clone Padme Naberrie. I mean, everyone wants his clone of Padme Naberrie, but I want my clone of Padme personally. I mean, I don't think I'm the only one.
Well, here's the thing, though. You want a clone of Padme because you think she's attractive. The reason Palpatine cloned himself was because he wanted himself.
AT. You want to know what I remember about your video, bud? The Emperor saying, "I'm sorry," or was that Luke? I don't know. I forgot.
It was Luke that apologized.
That to me just stood out. Every time something came up, just, "I'm sorry."
Yeah, I used that clip like 3 times in the video, because I think that's an important statement that JJ was trying to make with the movie. Was that basically what happened in The Last Jedi was wrong. And I think that everybody knows that JJ, especially if you watch JJ Abrams in some of the interviews on the press junket for Rise of Skywalker, you could tell when people started asking him about The Last Jedi how uncomfortable he was in giving any kind of answer, because he wanted to say, "Man, that movie pissed me off," but he couldn't say that. It would be unprofessional.
Honestly, I think JJ did as good a job as he could, considering what Rian Johnson left him with.
I think the only thing that like I said, I think overall he did a pretty good job of trying to salvage the mess. The only thing though is I think it would have been a bolder and smarter choice to make Rey go evil.
But yeah, I know this is a spoiler, but I want to say that I was really glad when I saw the return of the Ewoks. It was really a great moment in the movie when the Ewoks came back, and I was really glad to see them. And I think it's one of the great moments in the Rise of the Skywalker to see the Ewoks again, because they played an important role in the Return of the Jedi. Without the Ewoks, it will be a complete fail.
Well, I didn't actually, and I know some people thought that, and since you mentioned that, some people got mad at the Ewok moment because they say, "Oh, it's just another member berry, right? It's just, oh, you're just trying to remind us of better Star Wars movies." But considering that a substantial chunk of this movie takes place on one of the moons of Endor, it makes sense.
Hey, Eddie Trekker, I have disagree with you on one thing with Jar Jar. There is a way they could work it. Jar Jar, it's got a way on Jar Jar that he basically is responsible for the fall of Anakin, the rise of the Empire, everything else. The
Talking
clone.
about like the Jar Jar theory.
No, what I'm going to say is Jar Jar basically goes into hiding. He, exiles himself because the weight of all that is on him, and somebody comes across him and learns the truth of the story, how it all happened. Jar Jar basically unloading his sins, so to speak.
That could actually, the funny thing about that is you could use that. So let's say that Jar Jar was part of the resistance, but he was, like you say, he was feeling this incredible amount of guilt over all that. But then when Rey goes to Ahch-To, if Jar Jar went with her, Jar Jar could be the trigger to remind Luke that, you're not responsible for all the situations around you. Jar Jar was manipulated, and from his perspective, he was doing the right thing. And the same thing is true of Luke. Even though what he did was horrible, he was manipulated by the situation, manipulated probably by Snoke, who, of course, we find out is I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen the movie yet, but that whole thing could be, a trigger for Luke to basically realize, even as a Force ghost, how wrong he was. If you wanted to put that in.
We've gone past the point of spoilers, and welcome DJ Odyssey to the stream.
Okay, I didn't know if I didn't know what your opinion on spoilers was, Bert, so I didn't want to blatantly say anything.
The odd one himself.
I think one of the possibility was then, like Jar Jar, he wanted to hide, and he went to Endor, and he hid in his eremit, but the Ewoks found it, and he become like a god for the Ewoks. But when Rey arrived on Endor, she had nobody to support her, so the Ewoks said, "We have a god that can help you," and they bring her to Jar Jar, and Jar Jar speak about the Old Republic. And finally, he said, "Okay, we need to do something." And Jar Jar leave the Ewoks with Rey to destroy the Emperor. I think this would be a good way.
But here's the problem, though. In addition to all the other stuff we've talked about, here's the big problem with that. Adding, and a lot of people don't stop to think about this when they start trying to pick apart Rise of Skywalker. Adding anything to that story is going to make the editing feel even more fast-paced and even choppier than it already is. The movie already has too much story in it. And so if you're going to add an entire arc for Jar Jar or any other character, then what are you going to take away from? Because as it is, they've cut a lot of scenes down to below what the bare minimum should be.
I've got a solution for it all.
Make it into 2 movies?
No, give Jar Jar his own stream TV series on Disney because he's hotter than hot Asian Leia Borg women, and he's hotter than Aunt May naked. Just give him his own TV.
Yeah, his own damn show. JJ series.
Right, after the Mandalorian is over, stay tuned to Disney Plus for The Gungeon.
That's right.
I'm shocked that no one actually thought about it. Jar Jar been around so long, no one thought about having on cartoon or something on Disney. I'm surprised by that.
Honestly, the thing is, Jar Jar done right could be a great kids show.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised no one ever thought about it. All these years. They doing all this.
Their cartoon. The Ewoks had the cartoon. Why the Gungans didn't have their cartoon? I'm really upset by that.
Well, because Jar Jar Binks is kind of goofy and not that bright and everything, so it would be really easy to think about a show that's centered around Jar Jar learning important life lessons that kids could learn vicariously through it. And I actually think that could be a positive thing to put on Disney. But I don't think anybody will do it because the problem with Jar Jar is that he's Jar Jar, and that 99% of the series fandom hate him.
That's unfair.
Well, also he has a speech impediment. you stutter. They might defend people who might stutter or may ADHD or something like that. So that's
Well,
probably
some people
why.
thought he was racist because he kind of had a Jamaican overtone to the way he spoke, and they were like trying to say that Lucas trying to, because then you had the
Well, the guy who
Trade
played Jar Jar
Federation,
was actually black.
the Trade Federation with their over-the-top Asian accents, and everybody was starting to say George Lucas was a racist because he was just using different accents for everybody.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the guy who played it he actually was African American, and
Yeah, but that,
if I remember.
But each time
I don't know who came up with the voice, but the voice for Jar Jar was a little grating.
Yeah.
Each time a character is good, people are complaining. Look at Neelix; he was amazing, and people complain.
Well, Neelix didn't have an offensive accent, though.
But he was cooking.
I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I gotta back on out of here, so it's good seeing y'all.
Merry Christmas, Night Breeze.
I just popped on to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and whatever else because I got a radio show here shortly too. So, but I had to pop on and do it.
Okay, DJ, have a good one, bud.
Where's the bunny suit?
That's going.
A good one.
I'm gonna make a special video later. I got something planned that's gonna crack you all up. But and it's even greater than you trolling Bird with walking around in women's underwear.
Hey, that was
Alexa, order sundresses.
Mrs. Andy Jagger's trying to say something. Hold on.
That actually was my suggestion.
That was you, Mrs. Anti-Tracker?
Just
wow.
Just the women's underwear.
I was typing it in for her. She was driving, but when you were doing stuff, she said, "What about walking around with women's underwear?" So I put it in the chat.
Wow,
but
Bird.
the other stuff was nice.
Woohoo, Bird. Now you know.
Yeah,
Good
that
one,
was
Mrs.
nice.
Anti-Tracker.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, DJ.
Good night,
Bird,
DJ. Merry
Good night.
Christmas.
Good night.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Bird, when you sang "Walking Around in Women's Underwear," and also when you sang "The Night Santa Went Crazy," it was great. I mean, you were just because you could tell that you were laughing and trying to keep a straight face. I'll say it, and it really, I just came across as a lot of fun.
I'm glad it did. That was the point.
Yeah. So you made a long, painful drive a little bit more bearable for us.
Yeah, thank you for singing it.
You are very welcome.
It can be worse than Lord's.
Well, I always said Bird sings better than Lore and Shatner. So I'm sorry, Mrs. AT.
I don't think Shatner, but
I don't think so either. But yeah, definitely Lord.
Yeah, so we all agree that Bird sings better than Lore, but yeah, Shatner. Here's the thing: Shatner has got some style to him, right?
Did he win an Oscar or something?
Huh?
Did he win an Oscar?
I don't know. I know he's gotten I think he's gotten an Emmy or two for stuff on what's that legal show he did?
Boston Legal.
Yeah, I think he got an Emmy for
Crane.
Boston Legal.
But when Murder, please sing.
Rescue 911.
No 7 of 9 when Bird. When Bird is singing, there are no 7 of 9. So.
Well, the thing is that I think 7 of 9, like when
Oh
when
God,
Lore
7 of
Reloaded
9.
sings, yeah, when Lore Reloaded sings, the crew of Voyagers just starts collapsing and dying, and 7 of 9 is there to try and help the dead crewmen. But when Bird sings, everybody's just enthralled with what the strange thing on the view screen.
Strange.
in fact,
I just can't get past Shatner singing Rocket Man.
I make Captain Picard fall in love with me.
I've been trying to get Bird to sing Wham! Last Christmas.
I did sing last
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas,
after you
DJ. Have a
left.
good show tonight. And Merry Christmas to you too as well, Shortimer. Thank you.
If you have Spotify, look up Richard Cheese's cover of that song. It is so good. And I don't want to spoil anything, but because it's not what you expect. So if you look up Richard Cheese's cover of that Wham song, it is awesome. I don't know if you guys know who Richard Cheese is.
Nope.
Just think of
Boomer.
that name.
Yeah, well, no, think about the
Think of the
name
name.
Richard Cheese.
What else could that be?
Richard.
Yeah, I get it. I don't want to say it, but I get it.
Okay.
All right. So Richard Cheese is a lounge singer, and he's actually a pretty darn good one. But what he does is he does lounge covers of contemporary songs, like
rap songs.
like he does Gin and Juice. He does "Baby Got Back" by Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Oh my God!
It's awesome.
So
He's like,
Oh my!
he's got much
So he's a
back
cover
so
artist.
dead.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ!
but he's hilarious. So yes, Richard Cheese. Richard Cheese did the Wham song. So I'm going to tell you what he does. Is that the music, the piano starts up, and he's like, "Hey, everybody!"
They should listen to it.
All right. So should I not tell you? Should I tell you?
Spill the
You
beans.
can post links to it tomorrow, Anti-Tricker. That'll be our Christmas present from you.
I can't post links. It's on Spotify.
No. Oh, you can't. Okay. I thought you were going to go to
I would get
YouTube and give us
I don't
YouTube
know if
links.
it's on. I don't know if it's on YouTube or not.
No, if
But
It's on
you do a stream
YouTube.
tomorrow, you can send us links to the YouTube channel.
I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, this guy's a class act. I love Richard Cheese. Bird, you would love Richard Cheese.
He doesn't like his name.
Oh God!
Yes, my child.
Wow.
How far are you guys from home?
Looks like I gotta run. Bridgette's dad is calling. I'll come back on in a minute if I can.
Okay. You
Roger
are
that.
Anti-Tricker. Okay, it's gone.
Bye, Michael. Well, guys, what do you think about Tonto? I think this is a really important character, and he's really a great hero. What do you think about it?
I can't say I've ever seen Tonto in anything. I've heard of him,
You don't
but
know
I've
what
never
you missed.
actually seen him.
And Mr. Miles put a link into Richard Cheese.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Miles.
He had no face in his hoodie, so that's weird a little bit.
So who is Tonto in the movies with? The Lone Ranger?
Yes,
Didn't
Tonto. This is the fearful Indian friend of the Lone Ranger.
Hey, Johnny Depp played Tonto.
Yes, but it was not the best Tonto. The best Tonto, this is J. Several Hill in the series from 1949 to 1956. That's the best Tonto.
I will say this though, Alexander. After watching Johnny Depp in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, that's the funniest damn Tonto I ever seen.
Yes. The real Tonto is J. Several Hill. That's the best one. When you speak like that, me too, Kamuzabi. It's really good. So
Mr.
watch
Miles,
Guys, I
it just
gotta-
came out yesterday. We ain't had a chance to watch it because the new Lost in Space came out.
I got to mute for a minute to take my pill, but I'll be listening.
Okay, no problem. You can take pills. Everybody lived. So, I don't hear nothing.
Can you hear me, Alexander?
Yes,
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to the other two people. They got knocked off.
Okay, so I will take over the chat when the people are there. Ask me some question, people. Write. Just write something. Nobody is writing anything.
What the hell?
Oh, you came back. High five.
Yeah, Bird said he's going to take his pills and I got kicked.
This is his fault. So, okay. Chef Cook
Hello,
is
can you guys
back.
hear me? Yeah, my phone rings, so it knocked me off again. There's one thing about me being a Navy base, everybody calls.
Or 7 years ago.
We want your opinion about 7 of 9. What are you thinking about 7 of 9?
Well, I know she's in a new movie. Thank God she's in the new Picard series.
It
The,
will be a success. It's automatic. If
Wait,
7 of 9 is there,
7
this
of
is
9?
a success.
That
Yes.
we're talking about? Oh yeah.
someone was saying on one stream that she's using her name, not 709, but what's her name?
Annika. Annika.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I heard about it. Someone was saying that. She finally realized who she was.
Oh yeah, in the Voyager episode. Yeah, they did like at least one show on it, if not two.
Yeah, I think it was called Raven. Annika Hansen. Yeah, Annika Hansen. Annika, and it was saying that in the new Picard, she finally used her name.
Oh, look at that! Look at the chat! Look at the chat! Anti-Tracker is posing as a woman.
Oh boy!
No, this is Mrs. Anti-Tracker.
It is Anti-Tracker on Mrs. Anti-Tracker's phone. He's posing as a woman right there. It's in black, in blue and black, and all the other colors on the screen.
Oh boy! I guess.
Relax.
Oh, I'm relaxed. I'm just messing with him because I don't get to do that very often.
I think the operator said, "Oh, I go take my meds," but I think he received call from Shields. I think this is the real reason why he's busy right now. This is my theory, my hypothesis.
And I gotta say, Alexander, it's great talking to you for once. I always see you in the chat, but first time I got to talk to you. And thank you for what you did earlier.
What I did earlier. Oh, I give money. This was the reason. Oh, yes, I remember.
Yes, you gave lots of super chats, which I'm sorry, but Canadian money is not fake.
No, it's real money. I won it. I work it. And when we receive it, we see that I have been in Russia where you can, when $20 is 1,000 rubles.
Yeah,
So,
1,000 rubles, yep.
And when I was in Belarus, the first years, when for $100 you add something like 1 million Belarusian rubles. But it's still real money because I work a little bit in Russia. I was winning something like, I wrote articles for $50 a piece. So it was something like, but at this moment the rubles were a little bit higher, so it was something around 2,500 rubles.
What's that in US dollars?
And US dollars to, at this point right now, 2,000 rubles would be like something like 35 Canadian dollars. But it was more than that.
Well, U.S. and Canadian dollars are pretty much neck and neck right now. I think Canadian dollars are actually going to take over the U.S. dollar here pretty soon.
Oh.
Alexa says that 2,000 rubles is $32.11 U.S.
Oh, yeah, Alexander was close.
Yeah, very good, Alexander.
Get in the mark.
Yes, but yes, and if I would be right now in Russia, certainly I had the amount, because I mean I begin to be used to play with the transfer of money like that. You have no choice when you
Since it's up, get me a bear.
I've been in Kazakhstan and it was the same. I mean, yeah.
Well, they're used to you having your mouth.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Hello for a minute.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Mrs. Sci-Fi. Merry Christmas Eve.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. When I was in Belarus, I took the bus, the city bus, for 3,500 rubles.
I like to have one of those. But I can frame that up.
Public transport, 3,500 rubles in Belarus. It was 25 American cents.
Wow.
That's not Mrs. Anti-Tracker, Carlo. Don't get Don't get tricked. That's Anti-Tracker himself.
Yeah, don't
He's
feed them up.
pretending to be Mrs. Anti-Tracker.
No feeding the animals. Hands outside the fence.
It's a kind of finally it's a trance. This is what I understand.
Derek is coming in.
Try.
There's Derek. Welcome, Derek.
Welcome.
Welcome.
They're all here. Can you hear me this time?
We can hear you.
No, I just wanted to see if it works.
Yeah, you're kind of breaking up a little at the end there, Derek.
Yeah,
no
Heard
problem.
most of it.
I just wanted to try and see if this works.
It's working.
For a change. Brilliant.
Amazing.
And the Anti-Tracker is back in too, but I don't hear him.
I'm
I'm
here.
here.
There you
Back
go.
with the
Derek, you're in and out.
Well, he's
So what I
pretending
meant,
to be
somebody in the
a woman
chat was
tonight.
saying
So.
Bert. I guess Bert was smoking a big
I
joint.
can hear on the tracker talking.
Bert is smoking joint.
No,
That's what they
I don't
said
know
in the
what.
chat.
I don't know who would have said that. That's not true.
It's
That was
not
me.
joint
I'm
Hand
hearing
up, that
some.
was me.
with she
Oh, you
males.
said. No she-male. There are no she-males here.
Okay.
Wait.
They are
Why did
just-
Why did Bert
What
suddenly
was the
start
female
talking
thing?
about female?
Because
Bert,
Alexander always brings up she-males now.
So Bert, are you? Wait.
Bert, I mean, you're always on the phone with him.
So Bert's a she-male?
Wow.
No,
Oh.
I'm not a she-male. But Alexander always super chats me asking how many she-males have I talked to on the phone today? For
Well,
reasons
how
that are
many
known
have you?
only to Alexander. The 0. It's always the same answer.
it's just happened you don't speak with them the days where you are streaming. That's it. It's fine.
You know, there was a TV show called She-Male a couple years ago on British TV. That's probably where you got it from. Yeah.
Is it the sci-fi show?
Yeah, it was a sci-fi show back in
Okay,
the
sci-fi.
early 90s. Yeah. It's called She-Male. And also, you remember the old cartoon He-Man? It was called She-Ra, She-Woman. But they changed it to
She-Ra was
She-Ra.
Yeah.
She-Ra was not the
Well,
she.
you know, Bert.
Yeah, they changed the She-Ra because they don't think it would be same thing calling She-Woman or She-Male. So they call it She-Ra.
Bert,
But they want to call it She-Woman.
If you change the concept of your channel a little bit, Bert, to an angry right-wing she-male, you could get a whole new demographic that is not being, catered to right now.
Yeah, I'm not interested in a new demographic. Thank
You
you.
just need a wig and everything will be fine. A wig, a little bit of makeup, and you become Bird, the she-male or prey. And a she-male or prey will be a vast success. We know everybody will send you letter, gift, mostly makeup, but it will be really good. I think you'll have a lot of success. You should think about it, Bird. I support you in your plan. It's a good idea you got.
Oh my God. And that's not a plan, Alexander.
Oh my God.
Alexander, I seriously want some of whatever it is that you have, man, because my pain would be so gone.
We like vegetarians.
See, I'm happy with coining that term.
Okay.
I doubt I was the first one, but I'll take the credit.
It's a Bird of Prey 5 original. Come on now.
Yes, vegetarians. Just like, Lord Reloaded has shield, so Bird has vegetarian.
That sounds like every dude ever. That sounds like any dude who's not gay.
So what is the definition of vegetarian, Bird?
Well,
They like
I
kitty
took it
cats.
to mean like a lesbian, but I could be anything, I guess.
Well,
That's what I
wouldn't a
thought.
guy
Kind of
be a
like Space
vegetarian?
Lesbian
Yeah,
Bex on his super chat.
the dude that was straight would be a vegetarian.
Yeah, Mr. Antricker says that a straight dude would be a
Lord.
vegetarian, wouldn't he?
I guess we learned a lot more about you than we intended to today, Anti-Tracker.
The vegetarians, they don't have the chance to eat dead animals. I mean, if you have the chance to eat something dead, I mean, you can let that chance pass. I mean, it's something. It's like when I'm eating like a cheeseburger and with bacon, you have two different dead animals, and I mean, this is even more dead. You know, it's even more dead in your food, and I like it. Me, I like everything that is dead, in fact.
What are you talking about?
I was just going to say the same thing. What are you talking about?
Multiple dead animals?
I'm just glad you didn't ask me what I was talking about.
Well, no. A vegetarian doesn't eat dead meat.
I'm just saying,
No.
if you go
Just
to
to be
Burger
clear.
King,
Cannibals.
If you go to Burger King, you order the Impossible Whopper plain, so nothing on it, just the Impossible Whopper patty in the bun, and you turn it sideways before you eat it.
Antrack, are you coming on later tonight?
Probably not. We're still at least 5 hours away from home. So
what I need to say,
home,
when you eat hamburger, okay, sorry. When you eat hamburgers, people think often like they speak about. Imagine the meat you have in your burger. It was one animal, but I want to be clear. I mean, you don't know if all what is in your meat in the burger, they came from maybe two different beef. So it's not a question why they speak always. It's a dead animal. No, it's maybe two dead animals. This is the sense.
I gotcha.
How do we
It
start
could
talking
be
about
from
burgers
dozens.
now?
It could be dozens from dozens of different animals.
But here's my answer to that, Alexander. When I eat meat, I
We
appreciate
went from
whatever
sci-fi
that
to talking
species
burgers
of
now.
animal is. If I'm eating a hamburger or a steak or a chicken sandwich or anything like that, I'm like, boy, am I glad there are cows and chickens because I sure like to eat them. And so there you go. I feel zero guilt about the death of cows and chickens because you know why cows and chickens exist? So that we can eat them.
I feel no remorse about eating dead animals, as long as they're not cute and cuddly.
I have no remorse because if you,
I just don't want to see.
I'll take a trigger burger in a day.
I mean,
I worked on a chicken place once. We killed 60,000 a week.
Let's imagine that the beef in your burger is still alive. It doesn't make sense. So it's better to eat your burger with dead beef than beef alive. I mean, anyway.
Why would I want to imagine that the beef was still alive? I mean, I'm not going to walk into a field and fight a cow.
Hey, vegetarians.
Really, Miss Mouse?
The cow I killed to have hamburgers.
If that's how vegetarians are crazy.
I prefer a dead animal when I eat them than a live animal. Like if you bite in a chicken alive, I mean it's not pleasant.
Well, I'm not into eating live animals. I think the only one on this panel that would have to argue about that would be Vertebrae himself, because he claims to be a Klingon, and Gach is always best served live.
Yeah, but worms aren't really animals.
But if I understand the new concept of his channel, is not only a Klingon, is a female Klingon. As I understand with this new concept.
No, I'm not a she-male Klingon. You misunderstood this channel.
Yeah, Anti-Tracker is the one posing on a woman's name.
Wait. We can settle this.
Oh, boy.
Bert, how many penises do you have?
One. I have one.
Because Klingons have two. Bam.
He just called this woman a Klingon.
We all know if you see disgusting Discovery, we all know Klingons have 2 dicks. Bird only has 1, which means he's a female Klingon.
Poor Mrs.
Oy vey.
Anthony is gonna not be able to keep the car straight.
It cannot be a female Klingon. It can just be a female, if I understand. But anyway, it's a new concept. He can do everything you want with his channel. Nobody judge him. Anyway.
So if you hear about a car accident on I-75 North, you know who it is.
Yep. Went from Jar Jar Banks to She-Mail, now what? Burgers.
Female Klingon hamburgers.
Okay, let's see. We'll speak seriously, okay? What will be your concept for a Neelix series?
I wouldn't have a concept for a
Dope
Neelix.
baller.
Rate your stay at
Oh God. Neil's restaurant.
Neelix Cooking Show.
It will be good. It will be kind like Iron Chief, but with Neelix. It will be good.
Iron
You know,
Chef, but with
if
Neelix.
Voyager had ended, should have returned to DSP-9 like in the beginning, have Neelix join space station, and we gonna get Neelix. I mean, what the guy? Not Quark.
Yeah, Neelix
That would
can
be
get
awesome.
a job at Quark,
Quark
cooking
board
some
Deep Space
original
That
Delta
could have been a
Squadron
great
food.
outcome. So that's remaining in the Delta Quadrant.
Quark could hire Neelix.
Exactly.
That makes
Or he
sense.
had his own restaurant next to it, and they'd be rivals.
Oh,
That would have been
that's
a great
good.
episode. Yeah. Speaking of it, we have to think about the end. You think it should have ended him Voyager go home to the Earth, or should it return to Deep Space Nine? That could have been.
Okay, I will find an easier question. Okay, something more easier.
Hold on. I just want to address what Chief Cook said. I would have loved
Okay.
for Voyager to visit Deep Space Nine on its way home and give us one last look at the station. I would have loved for Voyager to visit Earth at the end, but we didn't see Voyager actually get home after the fact at all. All we saw were them getting towards Earth, and that was it. There should have been one more episode
I think
to
what would
tell
have
us,
been great,
what they did.
at the very end of Endgame, since
Bro, I
Tom
can hear
Paris
you.
was
I cannot hear
Tom
you.
Paris was busy with their new baby and everything, so to turn into vertebrae, take the helm, and then Voyager would crash into the moon, and that would be the end of the show.
Okay, let's. Okay, I have a question, maybe easier, because always with Neelix is always something a little bit complicated. So let's go. All will be a movie with a Baku Tribbles War. Explain to me what is the concept. What we can do with that.
What?
The Baku and the Tribbles what? War?
War, yes, the war between the Baku and the Tribbles. What will be?
I think
Baku and
the
Tribbles.
Baku win.
No contest.
There shouldn't be any Tribbles left.
Well, but the
Baku eat the
Tribbles reproduce
Tribbles.
so quickly.
But the Tribbles will start to eat all the Baku bread. I mean, and we know that this is the base of the economy of the Baku is their bread. So if the Tribbles arrive, they will eat all the bread, and in that way, the Baku will be in bankruptcy. So it will be a terrible situation for them. So how they will survive to win against the Tribbles that now will regenerate themselves because of the atmosphere of the planet where are the Baku, but more even will multiply even easier because they eat the Baku bread, which is healthy because it's really healthy, the Baku bread. So you understand? I think that the Baku will not get it easy against the Tribble. This is an invasion, guys. Think about it.
This is crazy.
Crazy.
I'm just wondering, Alexander,
Way crazy.
how? What? Yeah, what are you on, man?
What?
He's on Aunt
Just to be
Mary's
clear,
naked chicken.
the Baku Are
Everything tastes
the
like chicken.
people that were in Star Trek Insurrection, right?
Yeah.
They lived in that planet and they lived almost forever. They had the Fountain of Youth.
Right.
If they are invaded by the tribbles, it will be hard for them.
The Baku had technology. They just didn't want to use it, right?
They just didn't
There were
want
only
to show
about
it, just like the
60 of them.
Organians didn't want to show it.
Baku could have probably beamed all the tribbles off the planet if they needed to.
Not necessarily, Bird, because the Baku, while they understood technology, they didn't actually have it.
Tribbles.
Are you on the move again?
Nope. I'm standing right here just laughing.
They will be forced to drown the tribbles in the river. I mean, this is the only option. So they need to make a chain and take each of the tribbles and pass it Baku to Baku and all throw them in the river, the kind of lake where there was trapped, where there was like, where there was the vessel. So if they drown all the tribble there, they will win. But it's not so easy because you need to be a lot of people, and if there are tribbles all over the planet, all you can run against all them, and not faster before that debris. That's not something so easy. I mean,
Hold on, just a second. Resolute. If they had to tech, they would just guess them. We don't want to go back into that part of our history. Just saying.
What?
Tribbles are like pork.
Yeah, I would think tribbles are more like pork too.
I say chicken because it's the Matrix.
I thought that, I figured the tribbles are more like a chicken.
No,
But,
you're right.
but,
Chicken, everything tastes like chicken.
Interesting idea though with the tribbles is that if you were to drop
Especially if you deep fry it.
if you were to put the tribbles on the Baku's home planet, what would the radiation do to the tribbles? Because realize that the radiation.
Maybe they reproduce slower.
No, I think they would reproduce faster. Look at the way that the radiation affected Troy and Riker. So I think that the radiation would make the tribbles reproduce even faster, and there would be no stopping them.
Okay, but what if the Lost Island was on the Baku planet, and the tribbles made it to the Lost Island? Would they infect the others or not?
Well, since I haven't seen Lost, I don't know.
Alexander, what's your thoughts?
I think that if you isolate the tribbles on one of the island, you need to know if they are able to swim. If they are unable to swim, you will eat everything on the island, and finally they will call in cannibalism, eating all each other's, and the tribbles will succeed to breed only by eating each other's. That will breed a more aggressive and dangerous type of tribbles. And after that, if they succeed to live the planets, they will search for their revenge against the Klingons. I mean, I think this is because that will be the Darwin, like Darwin said, the stronger will survive. So it will be only the stronger tribbles that will survive. So you'll have an army of elite tribbles, more intelligence, stronger, faster eater, faster breeder, just because they
Super
eat each other.
tribbles. Okay,
yeah,
so super tribbles. Derek, you go. Tribbles versus Bugs Bunny. Who wins?
Are you telling me the tribbles has kind of like force?
Bugs Bunny.
Special forces?
Bugs Bunny always wins.
What if it's a lot of
Who's
tribbles?
going against who?
Tribbles versus Bugs Bunny.
Against who?
You're different. You're gonna have a different question, Sci-Fi.
Oh, okay.
Derek has tribbles versus Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny wins because Bugs Bunny always wins.
Okay,
Did you ever see a Bugs
Sci-Fi.
Bunny?
I did see Bugs Bunny lose once, but then he won. I forgot the name of it though. Okay, sci-fi. Michael Burnham. Michael Burnham versus the Roadrunner. Who wins?
Hold on, Bird. I got 6 people in chat. My phone's cutting out. Can you say that again?
Michael Burnham
I can't hear
versus the
everybody. My phone's doing the
Roadrunner.
same thing.
Michael Burnham versus Roadrunner.
Yeah,
I
who
would have
wins?
to say. I would have to say the Roadrunner, just because Michael Burnham, in my eyes, is Wile E. Coyote. You know, and she has all these Acme creations at her disposal, none of which are actually of any use or any good. So the Roadrunner's going to go through there and say, and just leave her in the dust.
Chief Cook, you there?
Michael Vernon versus Roadrunner. That's a good one.
Can you hear me, Chief Cook? Chief?
Chief Cook has left the building.
I don't think Chief Cook can hear me. Anti-Tracker.
Yes, sir.
Deanna Troy versus Beverly Crusher in a Jello match. Who wins?
Deanna Troy versus Beverly Crusher in a Jello match.
Yep.
Well, that's an interesting one, but I think that what would more than likely happen is, well, I got to ask you this. Are we talking, like...
We're talking non-fat Jello.
No, not the Jello, but are we talking, like, Encounter at Farpoint, or are we talking, like, Nemesis era?
What's the difference? She's still a ditz.
Well, let's say
About
all good
40
things. Let's say all good things.
Okay, all good things. So we're kind of in the middle. All right, so with all good things, Beverly Crusher is at a severe disadvantage out of the gate because her arthritis is starting to kick in. And Troy, of course, has her empathic abilities to be able to read Crusher's emotional state and realizes that Crusher is also very upset and easily agitated because she's going through menopause. So she's going to use that to her advantage. So I think Troy wins in about 2 rounds. And Crusher will actually, unfortunately, drown in the Jello because she's too stupid to get up once she gets pinned down.
Okay. I have a good question for you, okay?
My answer is in chat.
Okay. Way on 6 commits suicide. What it happened if Way on 6 instead recruit the Victorian baboon woman to attack Endor with the help of the Baku?
Wait, say that again. I couldn't quite make that up.
Okay. Way on 6 committed suicide. What
Way
happened?
on 6.
Oh, Way on 6 committed suicide, yes.
What happened if Way on 6, you on 6, instead recruit the Victorian baboon woman to attack Endor with the Baku?
So the Victorian baboon woman recruits who to go against the Baku?
Yes.
Baboon women and Baku.
Because someone please explain me what the heck is a baboon?
I don't know what the Baku are, but what the hell's a baboon woman? That's what I want.
The baboon woman is an actual
What the bloody hell is that?
figure. Yeah, you can look her up. She's an actual person. She was known for being in freak shows back in the couple hundred years ago, and she was a very hairy woman.
I thought we were talking Trek, not fucking past Kearney. Sorry about the language.
Oh, that's all right. Just words right in my mouth.
So I think though the Baku's ability to freeze time would be too much for the Victorian baboon woman to overcome.
I know someone like some baboon woman.
Just giving everybody a heads up. In 10 minutes, I got to end the stream.
No, you're not allowed to end the stream for about 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Speaking on track, everybody seen that new Picard trailer, right?
The 30-second
I've seen the trailer. Not a hell of a lot of new stuff in it, but I've seen it.
See, that's why I'm just an honorary Canadian. He's the real deal over there. Don't you know?
Right, but there's only what? That's it. I had a client. Whoa.
No problem, Alexander.
Hector is right. We'll take good care of the stream, Bert. You can go ahead and bow out. We'll take good care of it for you.
Oh, you'll take care of the stream for me. Oh.
Would I ever defile your stream, Bird? Come on now.
I'm sure, Bert, that your stream will not go any worse than the fact that we've established that you are a female Klingon.
Oh, that's low, AT.
Oh, wow.
We went over that earlier.
Wow.
It's just a simple fact.
It is, but you got to realize, though, he'd be leaving it in my hands. He did for 7.5 minutes, and I did do him justice by that. Thank you, Bird, for that opportunity, by the way.
You're welcome.
I tell Bird it won't degenerate into a late night sci-fi DJ stream. I'll keep it respectable.
Right.
We'll get your channel banned.
You need to go to the next door. Oh, the next door. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, it was a client.
They got to go next door, huh?
Yes.
Why? What's next door?
Because I'm in a parking, and the door of a private parking, and people they are going to private parking instead of the public parking. I need to, when they are calling, I said,
Give me a second, guys. I gotta talk to 2-star Admiral. Give me 1 second.
And that's it. And also, my wife wrote to me from Moscow, so I answered to her. But where is my restaurant in T-Tracker? What happened with the restaurant?
I'm not sure the restaurant. I haven't been able to be in the game in a while.
Aunt May's Naked Chicken. Alexander, you got a hot Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR. Why are you so hung up on other women's? Come on, man.
We need to get to the bottom of this, Alexander, because you talk about your Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR.
You said it.
Choice. But you are also constantly drooling over 7 of 9 and naked MCU May naked. So what's the problem? Isn't your naked Muslim Asian wife born in the USSR enough?
I would think so. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I don't have a naked Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR. However, I have a wonderful wife sitting next to me, driving me all the way across the state of Georgia, who I think, for me, is better choice. But
And I got a future wife that would take care of me no matter what, even though I'm the one taking care of her, because she's got a genetically inherited disease that's, basically gonna. Yes, we know your disease is not recoverable.
So I can appreciate.
Well, I have an ex-wife, but I avoid her.
So I can appreciate 7 of 9's beauty and all that, but you seem to really take it to the next level, Alexander. So what's the deal?
Chris Persa with a $5 not fake Canadian $5.
Wow.
Just stopped in to wish Bird, his family, and everyone a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Chris.
Hashtag Canadian dollars aren't fake.
That was very nice of you, Chris. And remember to save the big money for my stream tomorrow.
Yeah, but AT, Canadian dollars ain't fake. Just remember that.
Anti-Tracker doesn't take Canadian money, so it's okay.
That's not true.
I'll
I take
take
Canadian money.
And now you said after 10,000, you only want American and British pounds sterling.
No, I'm pretty sure.
But thank you, Chris Persa.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for supporting the because Bird is going to really needs that gender reassignment surgery so that he can no longer be laughed at.
Wait a minute. Wait, what? Bird needs what? You're the one using a woman's profile. What?
Oh, yeah.
Bird needs gender reassignment surgery because he's the only female Klingon.
Anti-Tracker is calling me a she-male, but he's the one using Mrs. Anti-Tracker as his YouTube account name.
Exactly. See the crap you got to put up with here, Bird. How do you deal with
So,
it?
see, I can prove that.
I'm sitting right here.
See, she's right here with me.
He has permission to use my phone.
Oh, my missus is right over here. So what's your point?
You could just be a talented
You could use her
ventriloquist.
phone, couldn't you? Could you not use her phone?
She can use my phone any damn time she wants to, but she knows better.
Well, you can use hers too.
Yeah, I can
And
use
my
hers.
phone
I
right
know.
now is the reason I'm on her phone is because my phone has the GPS going.
Likely story.
Hey, at least my woman gets on live stream with me.
So does mine.
On camera?
Hey, you know what? Honestly, the problem, the real reason that she doesn't come on camera, I'll let you guys in on this, is because she is so freaking hot that you guys would all leave your wives and prospective wives and be showing up in Middle Tennessee trying to get a piece of Mrs. Anticheck. It's not going to work.
Wait, you know what? Me and Mrs. Sci-Fi have an understanding. I can look at whatever piece of tail I want to, as long as she knows who I'm coming home to it, and vice versa. There you go.
That's fine, but you know, I don't need to look at anybody else because I got the hottest one sitting right next to me. I'll even show you guys. I'll show you guys a picture tomorrow during my live stream proving it.
Oh, he's going to show us a picture. You heard it here first, folks. Anti-Tractor's going to show a picture of Mrs.
Oh,
It's
boy.
not going to be a
I'm
picture
sure-
of
I'm
Mrs.
sure
Anti-Tracker.
you're absolutely gorgeous.
Actually, I will be a picture of Mrs. Antichecker Bird.
I'm just
Okay,
messing
but
with
you'd be
you.
like
You know how I do.
A
in
picture of her
costume
from
or
last
something.
night.
I'm messing with
back.
AT.
You got
I gotta mess with you, bud.
I gotta see this.
But Alexander, you're not answering.
What? Because I was with Chinese clients. There's a problem. They were Chinese. They came to me. They didn't understand nothing. I lived and I helped the Chinese client, and now I'm back. So I don't know what you said when I was with the Chinese client. So just repeat, please.
Well, we were all asking you what the deal was.
Who the hell? What?
Well, first of all, if you're having problems with the Chinese, it's probably because they're communists.
I have no problem with the Chinese. I have a lot of Chinese friends, and they own convenience store. And when I was in Russia, I meet a lot of Chinese members of the Communist Party and others. And I have a good network in Chinese, especially in Chinese ice hockey, by the way.
But how could you have a Chinese store if you're a communist?
Because China's communist, you dink. You didn't know that?
Well, I know China's communist, but you say you have friends that are Chinese that have stores. They can't be communists because they have stores.
They do have stores. They're just like the stores in the U.S. Armed Services, you know, kind of like the PXs, except it's on a nationwide basis.
But they are Chinese here in Quebec City, and they have convenience store. And the nearest convenience store to my home on the south side of the river is owned by Chinese. And we have another convenience store, the nearest of my job, is also owned by Chinese. And when I was in Moscow, mainly I was friends with Chinese students, and a lot of them were members of the Communist Party, because 1% of the population in the Chinese Popular Republic are members of the Communist Party. So I have a lot of Chinese friends, but I also have a lot of contact in the Chinese ice hockey system and professional ice hockey from China.
So why don't you move to China then?
I wanted to go to the Olympics next year. It was my plan at the beginning, but it will not work. I wanted to return in Russia, and as a journalist for the hockey season. But when the Olympics, and to go to the Olympics in Beijing, been there covering the ice hockey Olympic tournament, and come back in Russia. After that, came back here at the end, but finally it didn't work as I wanted.
But I mean, what I mean, Alexander, is wouldn't you be happier living in a communist country?
It's depend. I mean, because you you don't see the difference between Trotskyism and Stalinism. And I mean,
I knew the difference between Trotskyism and Stalinism. Ice pick in the back of the head.
Okay,
Prove
but
me
this is the
wrong.
only difference. This is the only difference, you know. But the difference between Trotskyism and Stalinism is that Stalinism adds system. I mean, they overthrow the proletarian revolution, and they took up and they stole the name communism to create crazy stuff like North Korea. But us Trotskyists, we never lead anything. Though that's the point, because we are not supporting the dictatorship. So I will not be easy. I will not be glad to live in North Korea, example, because it's not the model I want to follow and I support. I mean,
So let
that's
me
a-
ask you this: is there any communist country, the style of communism that you support, does that exist anywhere?
Yeah. No.
Democratic socialism can exist. You just got to open your damn
I'm not
mind.
talking about democratic socialism. I'm talking about communism. So wait. But if here's the problem, Alexander, and it's a serious problem. If your form of communism doesn't exist anywhere in the world, the reason is that it doesn't work. And so
No.
since it doesn't work, why would you want a system that is proven to be an absolute abject failure?
You need to watch historically where begin the failure. The failure began with the counter-revolution from the Stalinism bureaucracy at the end of the 1920 in the Soviet Union. After that, the other, like especially in Eastern Europe, this is expansion of the Soviet Union power, and not grassroots revolution. So you
Hey,
can.
I have one question for Alexander. Is it true what they say? Don't poke the bear.
What?
Is
What
it
is
true what they
that?
say? Don't poke the bear.
I don't understand what you said.
I would
Don't
say
poke the bear.
no.
The bird. Have you not seen fucking Top Gun?
I didn't say fucking tub. Who the hell fucks tub?
No, don't poke the bear. Isn't that a reference to the Chinese president looking like Winnie the Pooh?
No, it means don't mess with the Russians and they won't mess with you.
Right.
Oh, don't mess with the Russians. Yeah, no, Russian bear. Well,
Okay,
they
but
might mess with you.
We don't speak about
Wait,
Russia.
wait.
We speak about Soviet Union. This is not the same thing exactly.
Right, but the thing is that the Soviet Union collapsed, that every attempt at communism has failed, and so
Collapsed
why
because
are you?
dictatorship of the bureaucracy. It's a law. It's law. It's
Said
hard to
yourself
explain.
that it doesn't exist anymore. It has completely failed. There is no
Well,
example.
technically,
of successful
Cuba
communist
hasn't
country.
failed.
What you doing for?
Right, but I don't think he believes Cuba is a true communist country.
That's what happened exactly.
Right.
That you can't create a socialist country. You can't create a socialist system only in one country. That's the base. So especially in a non-developed country, you understand? But if you have a country that's underdeveloped, if you have a country like was Russia, the Tsarist Russia, and you are isolated from the rest of the world, you can create socialism in one country. And this is where Stalin failed, because he wanted to buy peace with the capitalist power after the Soviet Revolution, because the bureaucracy, the caste of the bureaucracy in Soviet Union was tired.
So wait. So you're saying that it's a mistake to have peace?
In that direction, you gotta take the elevator. Yes. So what you said?
Hold up. Stalin failed because he purged 10 million Soviet citizens when he collectivized the entire country. And then he had his
But
5-year plans on top of it.
Before that, at first, and we speak, this is before the collectivization, okay? Because collectivization of the land, okay, is directly linked to the failure of his theory. This means that he wanted to keep peace with the capitalist countries. He wanted to deal with the capitalist power by keeping his privilege as a bureaucratic leader and dictatorship. And after that, when he got a conflict with the countryside, it means that the peasant, the richer of them, he tried to keep the power of them by expanding a forced collectivization that be condemned by the majority of the Marxists and Trotsky's part of them, because it was in a bureaucratic way to impose it to the people. And that's the problem, is right now Stalinism, in the eyes of a lot of people, especially in Eastern Europe, when they suffered of the dictatorship and the invasion of the Soviet Union, communism became a synonym of that kind of pratique. But this is not what it's supposed to be. And it's never been supposed to be like that. So it's the question, the French Revolution that bring the republics and the democracy in a lot of countries in the world that have become a dream and have a lot of positive effect on a lot of society. Is it more the beginning, the dream, or the dream and the democracy bring, or it's more Bonaparte? And the debate is that Stalin is the Bonaparte of the Russian Revolution. So is not communism, Marxism, is not a revolution.
How is Stalin the Bonaparte when dang it? How is Stalin the Bonaparte when what's his name? Lenin was the freaking leader of the Bolshevik Revolution.
Yes, it was the leader of the Bolshevik Revolution, and he got sick in 1922, and he died in 1990.
His body's still on display in the center of the Red Square, isn't it?
Yes, but I mean, if you think that in the center of the Red Square, he was the leader of the Soviet Union in 1927. 3 years after his death, and 2 years after, then he got sick at the point where he wasn't able to do anything. I mean, you can judge someone for something that happened later after his death, except if what he imposed and what it created, it was due to become that. So the question is, people said Stalin killed millions. Why he killed so much people? It was because there were a lot of people, especially Marxists, that disagreed with his way to do things.
So it's better to send them to the gulag instead of putting them to work? How the hell is that
Okay,
work?
hold up, guys. Alexander, I'm gonna give you a minute, and then everybody's gonna get a minute, and then we're gonna have to end the stream. So Alexander,
we're sorry, Bird. We
start.
didn't mean to go up political on you. It's Christmas.
No, it's fine. I don't mind it being political. I've got to get going. So
the man in the world that killed more communists than anybody else is Stalin himself. And if he killed all that's communist, it's because he wasn't. This is what he did: an expropriation of the symbol, of the ideology, and is not absolutely not linked to what he steal at all. Stalin is not more a communist than Bonaparte was a Democrat. That's the end. Bonaparte was not a Republican.
Well, Bird, do you mind if we continue to stream while you drop out? I mean, we'll keep it civilized. It's up to you, bud. It's your channel.
Okay, but I'm going to give. Is Anti-Trigger coming back in?
We both posted the link to him. I believe he is.
Okay,
I'll moderate for you if you need me to.
I don't know that I can give anybody else permission to kick people from the stream, but
that's fine. Give it to Anti-Trigger, bud.
I can't. I don't think there's any way to give it to anybody else. I'm saying so, but if anything happens, Anti-Tracker can text me or something, and
I will take a response. Bird, we'll keep it civilized, and if somebody gets out of line, I'll take responsibility.
Civilized isn't the main thing. It's if somebody accidentally starts playing a radio or something.
Oh, no, we're not going to get you copyrighted, but no.
To get thrown off because of an incidental audio over play. That's the main thing.
I don't think anybody's in their right minds to get music going and copyrighted.
Okay, then I'll be back in like 20 or 30 minutes if you guys are still here. Anti-tracker, you want to get back in? Oh, there he is. Okay. So anti-tracker's back in. I'm gonna drop out for a little bit, guys.
Bird,
Hold
we'll
it
take care of
together.
your channel, Bird. You mean
Okay.
too much to us to get you banned from YouTube. So
I
we're
mean,
not gonna mess
I'll
up.
be I'll be listening, but I'm not going to be participating. Take care.
20-minute break and come back later.
Have a good dinner, Bird.
Okay, so it's going to have you turn right.
I will ask you the question.
Taking over.
I will ask
Hello,
you.
anti-tracker.
Find a place. Well, we got to
Did you consider Napoleon as a Democrat and as a Republican? You consider Bonaparte as a Democrat?
Well, no dictator.
He's a dictator. He's not a Democrat. He's not a Republican Democrat.
pull over in that parking lot.
He's actually eating dinner. What are they doing?
So the point is that Bonaparte was not a defender of the French Revolution, but he took over it and he took the power of the state that had been created by him. He deformed it and used it for his own. That's the point. Stalin exactly is the same.
Okay, that's all good and dandy. But
Yeah,
I'm
one
in a
maniac
fun
to another.
I'm in a fun mood now. Anti-tracker, whereabouts are you at now on your trip home?
We are approximately 303 miles from home.
From
Murfreesboro? Yeah. That's a left car.
So give me just a second, actually, because me and Mrs. Antrick are trading spots, so I'll be back in a minute.
Chinese fire drill. Woo-wah!
Yep.
How's the knee?
How do you do that with a cane?
We had a lot of fun with Chinese in Russia. It was really fun.
Hey, check your knee. How's your knee? Can you drive with your knee?
Yeah, just give me a second here.
Yeah, he's gonna tell you what level the turd alert's on. It's either green, yellow, or red, or STFU alert.
It's definitely a red today. So
Definitely a red. I can imagine that.
I'm getting in the driver's seat because Mrs. Antrecker's been driving for the last couple hours, so now I'm driving.
Does this mean we get stuck to the missus?
Oh boy, he can
If
drive.
she wants to.
I've been talking to her.
I don't think she wants to
I
talk
know
about
you've been talking.
Yes, I don't think she wants to talk about the fun and joy of communism, though.
Nope.
The fun stuff.
Yeah.
It's Christmas Eve. Let's just all have fun. Can't we all just get along?
Did they play now?
Can we all get along? Can we all just get along? Can we all get along?
People asked me question and I just answered. I didn't bring the discussion by myself.
Let's change the subject. Let's change the subject.
Hey, Mrs. AT, will you at least consider my request? Bring Mr. AT up here so he can partake of the legalized plant-based substance that is legal up here for his
Where are
pain
you?
needs.
Super weed.
As Mr. Sci-Fi
I'm
says,
down,
all
I'm
the
down
weed.
with that. I'm down
The
with that.
weed,
Whenever
the super weed.
whenever we go back to Oregon, that's what he does. So where are
Yeah,
you?
but we're closer.
Yeah, where are you?
Michigan.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we've ever been to Michigan.
No.
Yeah, you ain't missing
Yeah.
much except for the weed.
Yeah, the demon weed. The demon weed.
Well, I'll tell you, I think honestly, I don't care if it's Democrats or Republicans. I can't believe that they have not just done a federal decriminalization act. I'm
Just
really
legalize
they
it.
need
Then they
to
can tax
do
it
that
with
on a federal
cigarettes.
basis.
Well, the reason why this weed is so marijuana won't be legal because it's still scary. Don't take over tobacco.
I don't even think that's it. I think that because the thing is, if they went full legalization nationwide, guess what would happen to the pharmaceutical industry?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Because how many companies depend on selling those pain pills?
But still, tobacco may go bankrupt because more people want to smoke that. And less.
Well,
Hey, you know
tobacco's
what though?
already in trouble
Look how
though,
long
because
tobacco and alcohol has been legal. Look how bad it is for you compared to marijuana. Hey, come on.
right,
now.
but say tobacco is a dying industry regardless. Because let's be real.
Exactly.
People have been bad mouthing tobacco and stuff, justifiably so, to the point where it's that industry is going to die.
Exactly. No, that's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm going to say. If they legalize this, tobacco is going to drop. You won't see it. People smoking that.
I mean, tobacco by itself is fine, but it's when you get it in the hands of these big ass corporations and they start adding all these chemicals like rat poison to it and get you hooked on it, and you're smoking it 20 times a day or more. Yeah, you're gonna get cancer and die. Shit, I mean, come on.
Yeah, and they still smoke it.
The big tobacco companies. Big tobacco companies in the UK are did a deal with the UK government.
Zachary, I-75 goes from Florida all the way up to the northernmost point in and probably into Canada too. I think the sign changes after Canadian border.
Which is more expensive, Cuban cigar or marijuana?
Oh, Resolute, I do roll my own, but that don't mean it ain't got the same bullshit in it as the expensive stuff.
Depend if you buy your cigars in Cuba directly. The second thing that you have a lot of fake Cuban cigar in the market that are really cheap, but are not so good. For the weed here, we have now state-owned stores that are selling it. It's a little bit expensive, but the goal is to sell.
Alexander, what country are you from originally? I got to ask this. What country are you from originally?
I'm born in Quebec City. My ancestors
You are French then. So you're French.
Yes.
French
Thank
Canadian.
you. Tell that to Mr. Miles. I told you, Mr. Miles, he is French, man.
French Canadian.
I'm from Quebec City. My first language is French. And my ancestor arrived here 400 years ago around Quebec City. And they speak French all their life for all of us.
You kind of got that German accent to you, though.
I don't know, because I was speaking and I learned English in the here, and as I said, in school. I started to really understand English after some time watching these comic cartoons on YouTube.
So we all know you love your Asian Muslim wife born in USSR. Why are you so obsessed with Aunt May's naked chicken?
Chicken? What the fuck is chicken? Aunt May naked? It's funny stuff, but it's still, she's still away. She's far right now, my wife. But she probably my girlfriend. And by the way, at this point, we can have fun speaking about and see you Aunt May naked, because it's certainly pleasant to watch. There's a problem that I
gotta just say this.
In Russia. What? Let's go.
Yeah. Marissa Tomei, she's not an ugly woman, but there are a lot of women I would rather see naked than Marissa Tomei.
Oh God.
I just want to say I've done worse than Aunt May.
But I was 18 years old, and I have always preference for women of that age. So it's not something new.
You don't look like that anymore.
This is why I had a lot of fun, by the way, because when you are 19 or 20 years old and you fall with that woman of that age, generally you have success. So I got a lot. I was really a happy man.
Alexander, get what's her name? Pamela Anderson. She's from Canada. Get a picture of her. You
know something. Here in Quebec, we don't feel so much Canadian. So Ontario or New Brunswick or Alberta for us is like another country. So personally, I don't feel that Pamela Anderson is from my country. So we feel that this is Celine Dion, yes, but not Pamela Anderson. That's the differences.
But she's Canadian, is she? Okay. Is Pam
Oh,
Anderson
yes.
Canadian?
I don't really care. I mean, I don't feel. For me, that she's a foreigner, like anybody. She's like Americans. So this is for me. Americans and Ontario, for example, are the
So you
same
don't
for me.
find her attractive because you think she's a foreigner, but you want an Asian Muslim wife born in the USSR?
No.
How much more
look,
foreign
Michael,
can you get?
I have
She's
no
more
problem.
Canadian than anyone I've seen.
Michael,
Pamela, man. Pam
Michael, I
Anderson.
have no problem with foreigner. I just said that for me, Ontario is like a foreign country. I have no problem with Ontario, but I mean, like I have no problem with any other foreign countries. But Ontario for me is not. Oh,
Ontario's basically a foreign country to Canada. What the hell?
But Alberta is even more foreign country for me. So that's
Wow.
Right, but I don't understand your reasoning here, Alexander. You think Pamela Anderson is not that attractive because she feels like a foreigner to you?
This is
But
not
you
what
want an
I
Asian
said.
Muslim wife born in the
One
USSR.
Pam freaking Anderson.
This is not what I said, Michael. I said
Now, my
Pamela
problem with
Anderson.
Pamela Anderson doesn't have anything to do with her nationality. I don't like Pamela Anderson because she looks like a skank to me.
No,
You know,
he said Pamela Anderson is Canadian. I said I don't care that Pamela Anderson is Canadian. But if Pamela Anderson will be naked at home, I will jump on it. Then it's not a problem. She wasn't.
I'd be afraid of catching something.
She was in a masterpiece named Barb Warrior. Remember, one of my favorite movie in his story was with Pamela Anderson. So that's not a problem. I just said, he said Pamela Anderson is Canadian. Okay, I just answered, I don't care. I don't really care. For me, Ontario, Alberta, and Minnesota is all the same for me. So.
What's the name of that movie she done a couple years ago with Bob Wire? You never seen Bob Wire, Alexander?
Bob Wire is a masterpiece.
I have not seen Barbed Wire, nor do I have any interest in seeing Barbed Wire.
Oh, please don't. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
It looks horrible.
It's not good as the final ones.
What?
It's wonderful. It's
It
not
was
good
good in
as
Baywatch.
but it's one
He
of the
was.
best movies.
She was good in Baywatch.
I mean, I will watch it and watch it again. Barbed Wire is close to be good as the Final Frontier. That is a masterpiece too.
I'm going to shoot myself.
Well, you see, the thing is, though, Alexander, you have to understand that you comparing Barbed Wire to the Final Frontier is like comparing two pieces of dog crap and saying one is more appealing.
No. That's two great movies. That's two great movies. I mean, that's two.
Hey, Derek's trying to say something.
Does anyone remember White Dog Crap?
Oh God.
White dog? What?
White dog crap?
Yeah, White Dog Crap. It was a thing here in the UK in the late 70s and the early 80s because of whatever they were putting in the dog food, and it changed the dog crap white.
Dog crap? Wow. That's something new. I've seen green crap, but I never seen no white crap before.
That would be awesome during the winter. Like your dog could take a crap in the snow and nobody would see it.
I just thought I would lower the conversation a bit.
You did. Yep. That's something I never heard of. That's something new.
No, the picture.
Did you miss me?
If you watch Life on Mars, they make a point of it in one of the episodes. I'm not sure which one, but I'll check it out and stick it in the chat.
Check it out.
You know, I have to say, Dad, have you seen the American version of Life on Mars?
I did.
What did you think of the American version?
It was interesting.
I like
But-
the American version. Usually, when the Americans import a show from the UK, the American version to me feels like a washed up version of it. But I think the American version of Life on Mars was actually really good.
I'm actually going to agree with you.
Oh, you're talking
The
about the
problem was that
documentary.
they had that cursed lead actor, and every show they put him in just ran for one season. I'm not blaming him, but
me and Mrs. Antrigger were glued to the TV every week for that show. We were so disappointed that they canceled it.
Was the Office the?
to be perfectly honest, I love both of them. And whenever I was watching, because I'd seen the UK Life on Mars, you were looking for the beats, but you were impressed when they did it differently, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, with the different backgrounds and all the stuff. No, I actually did really enjoy both versions.
Was the Office originally a UK movie TV show? I'm sorry, TV show. The
That
Office?
was
Mr. Miles,
that
if
was
your
Rick-
snow smells
Ricky
like shit,
Gervais.
AT ain't getting you the right stuff.
By the way, just so you know, since I'm on the phone, I can't see the chat at all. So, and I'm
Oh,
driving. so I can't
Mr. Miles said the snow smells like shit.
Right.
Yeah, we definitely have no.
Puts a
snow
whole
this
new
year.
spin on don't eat yellow snow.
What was it again?
I'd like to have snow. We just don't. We don't get very much in Tennessee.
Oh, show don't. I'm in Memphis,
Well,
so
we're having a El Nino or something, whatever the hell they call it up here. I mean, it's 40 degrees out and raining outside.
I'm in Memphis. And they be
I
talking
live
about
farther
we're
north
gonna
than
have-
getting Foley does. What the hell?
Actually,
I'm in
folks,
Memphis.
I just
Right.
want to
I'm in
point out because I'm in the UK. Well, just want to point out because I'm in the UK. It's actually officially Christmas Day now by 8 minutes.
Oh, is it Christmas for you now?
Christmas for me
Well,
now.
yeah,
Santa's
they're like
came.
5 or 6
Oh, Merry
hours ahead.
Christmas.
Yeah,
Hey,
Merry
Merry Christmas,
Christmas.
Derek. Yeah. I was saying
Yeah,
I'm
who is
in
this again?
Memphis.
Because
My Christmas
I lose
present.
track of names. Who is this in the UK?
Yeah.
Derek.
I believe
Derek's from
Derek's in
the
the
UK.
UK, ain't you?
Oh, it's just Derek McManus.
Yep, just me.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't sure. I just because we had somebody else from the UK on earlier, and I didn't know for sure who I was talking to.
Oh, there was. Yeah, there
it.
was
That was
earlier.
Breeze.
AT. Yeah, earlier there was.
That was Breeze. That was Night Breeze.
Peter was on earlier, I think.
Yeah, Peter
Oh,
Quinn
Night
was
Breeze
on
is
at one
in
point,
Illinois.
and I think Darth Sweeney was on.
Yes, the
Yeah.
Darth Sweeney was on. Yes.
Yeah. And Night
So I
Breeze
lose
too.
track.
I had to chop over to Noel Tardazone's channel because I'm a moderator there, and we usually
Okay.
get a lot of trolls.
So Derek, whereabouts
So
do you live?
I live in Limavady in Northern Ireland, top end of Northern Ireland.
Oh, you're right up
Oh, wow.
there where Peter Quinn. He lives up north in Ireland.
No,
Or no,
I'm on
he's
a
in
different
Scotland.
island than Peter. Peter's
Yeah,
in
Peter Quinn's in
Newcastle in
Northern
England.
I thought. Yeah, Peter Quinn's
I am in
England.
Northern Ireland. Peter's in Northern England.
Oh, wow.
No, I live in. If any of you have watched Game of Thrones,
Yeah, I'm.
I live where they filmed Game of Thrones. I can literally walk out my front door and look up in the
Yeah, you
mountain.
sent me those pictures.
Oh,
That's
dude,
right.
Yeah,
Are you
Wow.
near where they filmed Downton Abbey at? That castle?
No, Game of Thrones.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
see, I
I'll
haven't
tell you,
watched that one yet.
One thing for sure, Derek, if we ever make it to the UK, you've got to show us around your area, okay?
That's no problem. It'll be my honor.
Him and Shronimore. Shronimore lives in Ireland too, so we got to get some pictures from him.
Yeah, I know Schroeder. I got a lot of subscribers in Ireland. I don't know what's up with that. What's with you Irish and nerds? There's a lot of Irish nerds for some reason.
Don't forget Irish
No,
Trekkie
I
itself,
don't know,
eh?
but we just enjoy the carry on YouTube. If you know what I mean.
Well, you got nothing but potatoes, I guess, so you got to have something.
Hey, the potatoes
but
what kept
potatoes are
everybody
good.
fed. And it makes good vodka.
Potatoes are
That's
good,
true.
and if you ferment them down, you can make strong spirits out of them called poaching, and that'll blow
Actually,
your
I
head
got-
clean off.
I love potatoes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking potatoes at all.
It was Skyfall made in Ireland as well. Some part of Skyfall.
Anna Trekker.
Scotland.
Scotland. Oh, my bad.
I heard
Irish
my
turkey
name, but I
is.
don't know what.
Oh, that's me, Jay. You know, the local
Hey.
dink over here in Michigan.
Yeah, the bunny.
Irish turkey, does a lot of good Eagle Moss reviews. He's over there in Ireland too. Maybe you can get something
I've
going
seen
with
a
him.
couple of his videos. He does some good stuff.
Yeah, he does. I like
He's
him.
in
I've been watching him for a
he's in the
while.
Dublin area. He's a decent fella. I've spoken to him. He's a decent chap.
See, I so want to go there because my family is all Scotch Irish. So.
No, come over. You'll enjoy it.
I know I will.
Now, see, I'm afraid to say what my mom claims my family is. She says my Irish background is from Red Irish, and I'm not even exactly sure what that means.
No, well, the funny thing, whenever I was younger, I traveled in America for a while, and you met a lot of people that claimed they were either Scottish or Irish, and I sort of laughed because they had the whole American accent going and the whole bit. If you know what I mean, but I understand where they're coming from because huge amounts of people emigrated over and spread across the continent, and basically helped build the country.
Well, maybe Derek, you can cure me of my American accent when we come over there.
Oh, I'll teach you all the dialect words.
Well, see, I'm a redneck from Michigan. I sound like a Canadian, so people don't know what they'll think about me.
But you're the weirdest redneck I've ever met, DJ, because, I've never met a redneck that could actually work on a tractor and wear a bunny suit.
I'm not DJ.
Oh, I thought you were DJ. Who is this?
What is that?
No, it was a funny thing. I met a couple of, Americans about a month ago. And they were over here on a tourist holiday. But they were going to Frank Owens' bar in the town because they have a door from Game of Thrones, that's been placed in the bar. And they were going to visit, to see this door. They come from the trees and the dark hedges that go blowing down in a storm. So they cut them all up and they made 6 or 8 doors. And they put them in various pubs around Northern Ireland. It's like a tourist trail. And every once in a while you'll see someone coming to visit them. And it's as funny as to see them.
Hey, Derek, do you work on Hey, Derek, do you get a chance to work on a game of the phone as an extra?
I didn't. Friends applied. But
I'm just
they were looking for
disappointed.
people
I
with
talk how I
a
talk.
full fierce beard.
It's what it's all about.
I got to visit the sets. I visited the set for Castle Black.
But you let
And whenever you actually go there, you'd be surprised. It's actually tiny.
Oh, yeah. That's black.
I got Mr. Sci-Fi egging me on in the background over here.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how we're going to hide Mrs. Antchecker's face when we meet some of you guys in person.
Hide what from who? What?
Well, we got to hide Mrs. Antchecker's face so you guys don't go crazy.
Oh, we're already crazy.
Borrow Doomcock's mask.
I don't know, the luchador mask thing, I don't think she'd look good in that.
What about that picture she had on, she was doing the, oh God.
Is that accurate? I think you're right there, but except if DJ was on, he'd know the difference, wouldn't he, though?
You have the Hura emoji. Hura. That'd been good. Hura emoji.
Do a mask like your emoji.
Yeah, Hura. A picture of Hura.
A Hura?
Yeah, Hura. Picture of Hura. That'd been better.
Somebody like rubbing their phone against their pants or something?
Oh, that's not
Lucha,
me.
no, it is. I think that's Chief. He's always rubbing something over
That's me. Yeah, sorry about that. My bad.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure everybody's okay.
Oh, wait,
Yeah,
Chief's
that's
not
right.
even
Yeah,
in
just
here.
moving.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm at work. Sorry about that. I was at work. On Christmas Eve, I gotta work. Okay. So you still
You're at work and
almost
you're
got
on a
home
live
yet?
stream. Shit, you're doing better than the rest of us.
I couldn't make that out. What?
What?
My son just called us a bunch of nerds from his bedroom.
Nerds. Oh, nerds.
Well, yeah, we are a bunch of nerds.
I love you too, son. Go to bed, you little bastard.
Is that Perky on your shoulder, Tracker? Is that White Bird? Is that White Bird?
That is a white bird on my shoulder in that picture, yes.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
That was when me and Mrs. Landtricker a couple months ago went to Gatlinburg, and there is a parrot preserve there.
Yeah, I see it. White Bird.
And so that picture was taken there.
Mr. Miles, he is the son of a nerd. That's my little boy. I don't care if I'm the sperm donor or not. That's my little boy. Yes, he is.
Yeah, but it seems like the nerd gene isn't 100% dominant. Because like my daughter is definitely a nerd, but my son is not.
That's like apples and oranges. That's what it is, apples and oranges.
And you know what? He's still my little sci-fi. As much as he's a pain in the ass, he's still my little boy. I know I'm a pain in the ass. They don't need to know that from you.
I actually loved the description in that Tuvok gave to children when Paris asked him about being a parent, and he said that children are an inherent paradox. They simultaneously are the most, I can't remember exactly how he said, but something like that. They give you the most joy you'll ever experience in your life, and at the same time, the most frustration.
Resolute, I'm absolutely going to show Little Sci-Fi Revenge on Nerds. It's one of my favorite movies.
Bob Wire.
I wish I could burp like. If somebody says Barbed Wire is their favorite movie other than Alexander, I'm going to punch him in the face.
Okay, random insert. Mrs. Sci-Fi says she wishes she could burp as long and loud as Booger.
Well, that's interesting.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Landtrigger doesn't have such a desire. You don't want to burp like Booger, do you?
No.
Yeah, she's not.
What's Barbed Wire? Barbed Wire, Mr. Miles, are you fucking serious? Come on now.
Barbed Wire is a masterpiece.
No, we got him started again.
That's Pamela Anderson with tits and vinyl, man. Come on now. Oh shit, we're on Birdstream.
Here we go.
What I want from a cyberpunk movie, I want explosion.
It's Pamela freaking Anderson, man.
Yes.
I'm on Birdstream. I gotta behave. Damn it.
Pamela Anderson was the best actress to play Barbed Wire. I have the comics at home. She fit perfectly with that.
Have you seen her? What she look like right now?
Dang it, DJ! Why you gotta have a radio show tonight?
What's the point? I mean, I have the omnibus of Barbed Wire comics that was published before the movie.
My hand, you little motherfucker! Get the fuck off of me!
And this is great. And Pamela Anderson is perfect for that role. This is exactly. If you like Barbed Wire, the comics, after that you watch the movie, exactly what you expect.
So it says it's paused.
Yeah, I don't know. See if there's a pause or something. Is there any buttons there?
Just says you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you.
He is doing a bunch of stuff.
Where does it say pause?
I don't see anything.
You think? What the heck you do? Oh,
I just
Chat.
fine.
It says audio, video, flip, chat, and
Right, don't hit the chat. That messed it up before. Try tapping audio on and on, or off and on, I should say. Did it turn off?
No.
So nothing.
Yeah.
All right,
Now it's not.
Now it's on. I heard the Mrs. AT over there. See, she's got to show her big time 10K husband how to work stuff.
It's not on speaker. Oh, it's paused here. It's like the Bluetooth kind of.
We love you, Mrs. AT. Thank you for taking care of the little fucking Ewok Smurf looking wannabe.
Oh boy.
Hobbit looking.
Hey, it's Christmas. It's Christmas Eve.
That is me being nice.
Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Day.
Yeah, well, that's Christmas Day, but it's still Christmas Eve, folks. Be nice.
Is it?
Be nice.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, Mrs. AT. How you doing?
Yes,
What's your
ma'am.
first name?
What?
AT.
I said, hi, how you doing? What's your first name?
My first name is Bridget.
Bridget. Oh, I
Yes.
like it.
Anyway,
Very
we
French.
had a little technical issue, so I cannot have you on the speakerphone. So we're going to pull over and try to fix that real quick.
Oh, see,
Okay.
I like it when they pull over to fix stuff.
So we'll be right back.
Bonjour.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not included in that. What the hell?
Uh-oh.
Nice to meet you, Mrs. AT.
Hey, you doing, AT?
Bridget Crawford. How you doing?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm cooling it. Mrs. Sci-Fi's right here, professional.
How you doing, Miss Sci-Fi? How you doing?
How you doing? I'm fine. Hey, you got to come over here to the microphone. I can't hear you.
What's up? What's up?
Like he said, as long as
What's
he's
up?
coming home to me at night, I don't care what he flirts with.
Exactly.
How you doing?
Well, Zachary, that's okay, but she already told us her first name. It's Bridget. That's like French or something, like the toast. Yes, Mr. Miles, we're going to listen to and troubleshoot. If they get they got to get that microfiche phone close enough or something. Oh, Mrs. Sci-Fi has her eye candy too, and it definitely ain't me.
Well, why is about me naked again?
Do what?
This is MCU and me.
I'm waiting for Mrs. Sci-Fi to stop banging around over there so I can hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. What'd you say now?
Offer one sour. Offer one.
So, like, did we lose Bird completely, or is his bigger dinner that big that we lost him forever into the ether?
I think he fell asleep. He probably fell asleep. It passed his bedtime. He fell asleep.
I'm like, what the hell? Motherfucker went to Red Lobster and left us behind. What the hell?
Yeah. He probably watched Star Trek Voyager.
He's probably watching us making fools out of ourselves. Seeing if we're going to destroy his channel or not. I see who my true friends are, he says.
Be careful, he might come back.
Oh, he says he'll be right back. See, I knew he was lurking like an urchin. Mr. Miles, that's wrong. Oh, Bird's been listening. Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm going to
I might
get
go
chewed
stream
out by
tomorrow
Bird
morning.
of Prey when seriously Anna-Checker was in charge of the channel. But he decided he had to pull off the side of the road and bone his wife.
Come on, man. Oh, man.
I'm only did a lot. Wonder Woman,
Wow. Come on, man.
Hey, I didn't
Bone
say
in middle
anything that
road.
was child inappropriate.
Come on,
Those are all
man.
dictionary approved words.
Oh. Bang his weapon, middle road. Oh, come on.
Zachary Gibbons
I
says
see
I'm
Bird.
in charge. I'm in charge
Bird
until
popped
Bird
in.
of Prey
I see
comes
Bird.
and reclaims the screen.
Yeah, I see Bird. Somebody stop Bird.
I agree. That's probably what they were doing.
Yeah.
But let's speak about the next best movie ever. Wonder
Look at
Woman
that. I'm in charge of all of Bird subs. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Hey, how y'all doing?
So, Sci-Fi Nation, how many super chats did I get while you were in charge?
2.
127.
None.
None. 2.
None.
He ain't got none. Did I see?
I thought this was I could stop working and I'd still get money.
Oh,
Honestly, I don't think you got none, Bird, or else I would have called them out in a heartbeat.
Nah,
I think I
we
saw
didn't.
one, but
Wait, yeah, you got Chris Pursa.
yeah,
Just
I think
stopped by to
Yeah, that
wish
was
Bird,
before
his
I left.
family, everyone Merry Christmas.
But you
I think that's
check.
right before you went to eat, though.
you received 14 Canadian dollars today, so you can now live your job.
Yeah.
No, I thank
Canadian-
you,
Canadian money.
Alexander. It's been a. I'm not complaining. I thought it'd be funny if I got a super chat while I wasn't even on. You know.
Did Mama
But
Pray
I
listen to
didn't.
me running your stream?
She heard a little bit of it, I guess, because I had the the earphones out.
I think I did kind of good.
Yeah, no, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad
no,
until
kinda good.
Anti-tracker had some type of road issue, and
Yeah,
him
he
and
had to
Mrs.
pull over and bone his
Anti-Tracker.
wife.
Yeah, well, you know, that's good. That's good that they still are physical like that at his age.
Especially for a boomer.
Yeah.
Boy. In Tennessee, come on.
He's going to tear me a new one so hard in his response video and his next life. But that's
Oh yeah,
okay.
you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
Don't stop. Get it.
He probably took
2 lakh crew.
Viagra
2 lakh crew.
right before he came on, so
Hey, don't knock Viagra. I got veterans that give me all their free samples.
takes a few hours, from what I hear.
Be careful. I know someone died from using that, so be careful with that.
What's going on?
Oh, Viagra.
Yeah, don't OD on that.
Are you saddened at me, Bird of Prey, or can I run your stream again someday?
Oh, you can run the stream. I don't have a problem with that.
I hear music playing.
Are you running?
It's
are
not
you
me.
gonna run? That's not me neither. That's Bird. That's Anti-Tracker radio.
I think I know what it is.
I would
Anti-Tracker,
never
his
put
radio.
Bird stream in jeopardy of getting copyrighted. Now, foul language, that's a different story, but never copyrighted.
Anti-Tracker, your radio is on. I can hear his radio.
But then again, after hearing some of Bird's rants, I ain't got to worry about my foul language. God damn.
Shazam!
You receive a phone call from a she-male bird when you live, or then someone.
I've got it. No phone calls from females.
Okay, but
1-800
man.
dial buddy.
What the shemale thing, man? Come on.
Backpages.com, Bird.
Hey, Bird, you there?
Anti-Tracker's
Hey,
voice.
Derek.
Yes.
Okay,
Hey,
sorry.
Bye,
I
Zachary. Have a good night. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Live long and prosper.
So
I have a
there's
good she-male story.
okay. So hold on before you get into your shemale stuff. So here's what happened: is that while we were trying to do all this,
Well, because Anti-Tracker was posting on Mrs. Anti-Tracker's screen name. That's why he's the damn cross-dresser.
Anyway, so what's going on is that while we were talking, Bridget got a phone call, and that knocked off the speakerphone, and I can't get the speakerphone back on without quitting out of the stream. But if Bird's back,
Well, you can quit. I'm back.
right? So since you're back, I'll quit out and then go to and try and reconnect through the chat.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll
Cool. Anti-Tracker's going to read the chat. Here we go, boys and girls. This will be good.
And he is gone.
Bang.
He left like a heartbeat.
Go ahead, AT. We love you, buddy.
First you're going to say track is me.
Finish quickly, AT. Just blow your load and get out.
Hey, okay. I think Derek got to go. Derek, you got to go?
Gotta go. What?
Derek,
do you want the
did
she-male
you-
story?
All right,
let's hear
let's
it.
let everybody. We'll just let AT read the chat. Come on, let's see what you got there. buddy.
Right.
Go for it.
I was 12 years in the Royal Navy Reserve. And there was a guy transitioned, left the Navy and came back.
Don't ask, don't tell, eh?
With after having an operation. And, well, we didn't call him the she-male, we called him the shim. But he was about 6 foot tall, with long ginger hair and massive breasts, and it was so obvious that he wasn't, a lady. But we had to treat him. We had to treat him as a girl. We were doing, at the time we were doing recruit training, and it says, well, you have to start from the start again. And the problems we had with that carry on, because we had young girls, 16, 17 years of age, and you put them into this room with this creature that's had an operation, and you're sitting waiting for their fathers to ring and say, what are you doing? You put my daughter out with some sort of fucking freak. Oh my God. And then the best it was, they were so delusional, they actually thought they looked like a woman. And we would be talking in the bar or whatever, and you'd say, oh, and you remember that from back in the old days? Oh, and it was like, shh, shh. I don't want anybody else to know I used to be a man. And it was like, just go and look at a fucking mirror. Everybody knows you used to be a man.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a little weird. If I mean, because I do know one in particular who thinks he looks like he's said it multiple times. He says, I can pass for a 38-year-old woman, and he's 65 who looks 75 and a man.
No, you just got, no matter how good they look on their own, that's
fair,
fine.
Bird, because
you
I'm
put them
43
beside-
and you're 41, but you look. I'm like, it's Christmas time. Never mind. I love you, but
Finish what you're gonna say.
no, I can't. It's the holidays. I can't say it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bird
You're
looks
my
younger
friend
than
and
me,
you're
but
my
I'm
buddy, and I love
47, to be fair.
I'm not gonna do one of my usual jokes I do on most people.
I wouldn't have mentioned his age if he didn't specifically say over and over that he passes for a 38-year-old woman.
Well, my woman's only 34 years old, and I'm damn near 44.
You're robbing the cradle.
You
It's just like 10 years.
Nothing wrong with the cradle.
When you were 10, your wife was just born.
Well, she hasn't ever complained, so why are you?
Wow. Jesus. Well,
No, we
I
do
was
not
banging
need the
the
Me
girl
Too the
across the
Sci-Fi Nation, Mr. Miles. I'll pudding pop your ass.
Is Anti-Checker back, or is he just sitting this conversation out now?
He's in the
I think
store.
he's in a store.
Yep, he's coming out.
Okay.
Did
A
he rob
story?
the
Is
store?
that Thistle Prey?
I repeat, that's a siren?
It's going to be a My Cousin Vinny
I thought I heard a
situation.
Thistle Prey.
Nah.
He robbed the store.
He robbed the
Maybe at
store.
first.
Get the car started.
They're
Get the
saying
car
he robbed
started,
the store.
Mrs. Anti-Checker.
Oh, the
They're
news
there
has been
first.
running the whole
Begin.
time.
You got to bet him
Kept
out.
the motor running so that we didn't lose the live stream.
I forgot AT was still on. Hold up.
What?
Don't worry, Anti-Checker. We'll send out My Cousin Vinny for you.
Yeah, the
Oh, with
last
the
thing
big
I wanted is
purple
your
velvet suit on? Okay. Go for it. Get her done.
Wow.
First of all, my
If
cousin
Mrs.
Vinny
AT is in the
excellent
house, let her say something.
She can say anything she wants. She just doesn't like talking to you guys.
That's okay. We don't like us either.
In 200 feet, turn right onto Bill Gardner Parkway.
That wasn't her, by the way.
Tomb Raider.
Take the next right onto Bill Gardner Parkway, then turn right onto the I-75 North ramp.
I don't want to listen to a female Tom. I want to listen to Mrs.
Turn right
Anna.
onto the I-75
Well,
North
say
ramp.
hi to Mrs. Answer.
Hey Siri, how fast I can get home?
Alexander with another $2 not fake Canadian. We all want the Morisulu naked right on now.
No, we
Oh,
don't.
No, we don't. No.
You know what?
Sulu.
The Morris Sulu was not that hot.
Oh God.
I don't understand what his obsession is.
Hashtag Canadian dollars ain't fake.
Fake
I
Canadian.
never
Fake
said
Canadian. Fake Canadian.
Continue on I-75 North for 26 miles.
Are you getting lost?
What? Are we lost? No, we just pulled over to go to the store. No, we were not lost. We were just made a quick pit stop to get Mrs. Anti-Checker something to drink.
You can't get lost in Tennessee now. You're in Tennessee, you can't get lost in Tennessee.
Bird, you gotta how's that super chat there, bud?
You did, but yes, thank you, Alexander,
but
for
it's
a
your
$2.
stream. Shit. Am I still
Well,
in
then let me announce it.
charge?
But we all want the Morisulu naked right now. Demora Sulu being, of course, from Star Trek Generations.
Which was
Sulu's
a bad
daughter.
movie.
When did Zulu have time for her family?
Adopted daughter.
It's like
Adopted
you
daughter.
always say, Captain. If it's important enough, you make the time.
Oh
That's what
my!
Scotty said.
Oh my.
No, Demora Sulu is not adopted because in Star Trek Generations, Sulu wasn't gay.
It wouldn't be a
Sulu-
Enterprise without a Sulu at the helm.
Right, but you know, that's the
Sulu
problem.
wasn't gay until the J.J. Abrams universe.
That's right. That's right. And he did say he didn't want Sulu to be gay anyway, but he did anyway.
Yeah, for all that crap
I
he
thought
gives.
it was very
You see that
disrespectful to
anti-tracker?
make Sulu gay.
I'm sorry if I'm talking over people, but you see that anti-tracker? Canadian dollars ain't fake.
Fine. Canadian
They're
dollars
real.
are worth exactly $1 Canadian.
Canadian
Well, that's
pesos.
true.
Oh my.
Oh.
Oh
That does
my.
not sound anything like Sulu.
Another $2 from Mr. Miles. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. How you doing, Mr. Miles? Wait,
Mr. Miles
table
with
scraps did that
$2.
Mr. Miles got money? Mr. Miles got the money.
I
Happy
just want to know how many table
holidays,
scraps
Mr.
Mr. Miles
Miles.
traded in from Anna Trekker's pay stubs to pay for that.
Hey, you might need some more gas money. You need some gas money.
You need gas money. I'm driving halfway across the country.
I know. Mr. Miles is Anna Trekker's chief editor, if nobody knew that.
Yeah.
Give money to Bird while I'm trying to get gas. There's something wrong here.
Oh, my.
So
That is like
how
the
many
worst
months worth of
Hulu
pay
impression
did that
ever.
$2 cost you, Mr. Miles?
That was probably several months of pay. I really
Well, we know
appreciate
you're
it,
his
Mr.
only
Miles.
editor. I mean, you've seen my video tonight, and I'm sure you're going to say how much it sucked. That's nice one.
He's the editor supreme. $2 super chat. I am a editor supreme.
Oh, by the way, Anna Trekker, you said you're going to have a response for me when you got home. I want the early version.
Okay, the early version. First of all, I would suggest, and I don't know how all you did your video, but I would suggest that you write down your thoughts and read a script, because you sounded a little disjointed and you kept kind of going back to saying the same thing a couple times through the video. So that's number one. I would say you organize your thoughts a little bit better before you record, and it'll come off a lot better. As far as your individual...
I will agree with you. I'll agree with you. I need to perfect my on-screen voiceover before I adhere it to the video. You're right. Yes,
Well,
I need to polish that.
And if you want to be off the cuff, that's perfectly fine. But what you do is you then just write down what are the points you want to address. So you want to bring up the fact that I said that the Federation was not used to being at war, even though they've been at war for 20 years. So you just write that down as a bullet point. Then you write down the next bullet point, the next bullet point.
So it's either bullet points or a full-out script, basically.
Right. Do one or the other. The bullet points will help you just keep your thoughts organized. A full-on script is generally only necessary if you're trying to do something that's going to really contain a lot of information.
I wasn't trying to piss you off with that video. I was just saying, hey, this is my first video.
I didn't think you were trying to piss me
because
off.
I respect you as a fellow YouTuber and somebody that inspires.
No, don't worry about that. I was not thinking you were being a jerk or anything.
No, not by any means, man.
Now, but here's there's a couple of things that I would address. So as far as when you said the military log and combat date, the problem with that is that for at least 100 years or so prior to the beginning of this war, it has been captain's log and star date. And we know that the Federation has been involved in multiple wars, including, of course, the Dominion War, which we got to see in some detail on Deep Space Nine. And
As far as Cisco goes, right?
Huh?
As far as Cisco goes, because that's not in that alternate timeline.
Well, we didn't see every detail of the Dominion War, but we saw quite a bit of it. And the point, though, is that at no point do we have any evidence that suddenly, because it's wartime, Starfleet is going to change, tell everybody, okay, stop saying captain's log and say military log. Because, you know what? Our captains
That's what I put in my
Navy,
video.
You're right, but our captains in the Navy will call it a captain's log, whether it's wartime or
I'm trying to listen to you, but my phone's cutting out again. I'm sorry.
Now you argue in your video that it's an alternate timeline, which is true.
Go away, Steven. Hell.
Well, as a Navy chief, I can agree with that, because we do say there's a captain's log and there's a day log, and there's a military Navy log we have. I forget what they call it, but
the name of the log doesn't change just because it's peacetime or wartime.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. And the argument that it's an alternate timeline is irrelevant, because in either timeline it was exactly the same for the 100 years prior.
You don't think it was like a parallel universe, right? You don't think it's a parallel universe, It just
It's
kind
not
of
a.
switch
But the
over.
thing is, it's not a parallel universe. It's an altered timeline because we see it altered and then altered back. It's basically the prime timeline broken and then the prime timeline repaired.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
right.
like it's not like this is some completely different universe like the Kelvin verse. This is the prime timeline. However, this one event was changed.
Some
So
minor running
everything,
step changed it.
right? So
Yeah.
prior to the Enterprise C going through the rift, everything else occurred exactly as we remember. And so, and the Enterprise C going through the rift, was simply the cure for that is sending it back through and then timeline repaired. But so the alternate timeline doesn't really make sense because, first of all, the only person that even knew it was an alternate timeline was Guinan.
Gyna, yeah,
Right.
Gyna.
Picard did not know that it was an alternate timeline, and why would why would that make any difference anyway? Because, like I said, up until 20 years ago, it was the same. Now, as far as the Federation being too pacifist, and I get what you were thinking there, and I didn't really explain it well in my video, but here's the problem with I think my fault was not explaining it well, and you called out on it, but here's what you're missing, is that the pacifist era of Star Trek started sometime shortly after Star Trek 6.
The dialect works. Well, see, I'm a redneck from Michigan. I sound like the Navy.
Star Trek 6.
How far behind are you?
What's that? Undiscovered Country?
What's that? I'm lost now. What now?
What was that? Undiscovered Country? That
Yeah, Undiscovered
Star Trek
Country.
6?
So that's
Yeah.
that's when the official hostilities with Klingon Empire ended.
Yeah. The camera court.
Exactly. So at that point, remember, it was in Star Trek 6 that they were talking about demilitarizing Starfleet. They were talking about mothballing the fleet except for their exploration and scientific research.
Are you telling me we got a mothball
I
the
thought that was
Starfleet?
because of the border, the DMZ,
No, they actually said, "Are we talking about mothballing the Starfleet?" And
yeah, I remember that
his
part.
answer was, "I'm sure the exploratory and scientific wings will be unaffected." Which means the answer is yes, we are talking about mothballing Starfleet. And so at that point, that's the beginning of the pacifist Starfleet, which continued on for some 60 years until the incident with the Enterprise C.
Okay, yeah.
And so there was 60 years of pacifism prior to the war with the Klingons. That's why the Federation was losing. They had no idea how to deal with an aggressive hostile force because they become so fat. And that's
you do realize
why
the original battle at Kimmer.
The bigger the ship, the safer they think they're going to be. And everything, it'll be an electric liner. I think Gene said that she's going to be a big giant electric liner.
Well, yeah, the Enterprise D is just, it's a luxury liner in space.
Yeah.
That's a sexy bitch.
The bridge is going to be like a lounge. Everybody sit down and look at a big screen. I'm like, come on, man.
Well, just the fact they have kids on the ship. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I remember that when I saw that, I was in the Navy and the Enterprise E. I know, Big E. I'm sorry, the Big E, and we just like looked at each other like, what the hell? That scene when the Enterprise was coming down the screen, and he did the captain's log, and we was first thing we thinking is 24th century, and you can't fix hair, and he's that bald.
Well, Star Trek: The Next Generation, especially the first couple of seasons, always kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah.
Because I think they were trying to make it too pacifist, and basically it was boring.
Yeah, it's true. I can say that because we saw it in the Navy and having Geordie wearing those visors and Data with the yellow skin and having a cheerleader for a counselor. She could have been ship communication officer or something in the bridge. That pissed everybody off. I remember that everybody liked the bridge looking.
The big beige bridge.
Yeah, the what call it? The horseshoe bridge. That's what they call it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And,
everything was
and
just too comfortable.
yeah.
And so that's why I think yesterday's Enterprise was an absolute stroke of genius of an episode but it highlighted some of the problems with the show.
And you're welcome.
Because,
That's why I fucking made my video for you.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, imagine if yesterday's Enterprise if that timeline was the timeline that the first two seasons of TNG took place in. Everybody would no longer be talking about how, Deep Space Nine is the best Star Trek.
Well, AT, you've seen you
yeah, that's true.
At least heard my video.
I can agree with that.
What do you think about it?
But Gene should not know. Well, in my opinion, I think Next Generation should start 20 years after Undiscovered Country, not 100 years.
I think I personally gave AT
that would have been better to explain. So you're not explaining what happened to A, B, and C, D Enterprise. That's where it should start like 20 years after Undiscovered Country.
Hey, Bird, you still in the stream? Did I give AT some points?
That's my opinion. I think Generation was just awful.
Give Anti-Trigger some what?
I think Generation was awful. I think Generation, the movie Generation.
I thought Generations was boring.
Yeah.
But which is kind of fitting considering that I think that the first Star Trek Next Generation was boring.
Well, what I'm trying to say was, I remember they was talking about they wanted the movie was Captain pass the torch to one captain another, and I was trying to say is it should have been done 20 years earlier, after Undiscovered Country. I think Kirk should have been promoted back to Admiral, made him Chief of Staff after Cartwright. You got with the Cartwright thing. And have all the rest of the staff like Scotty, Chief of Engineering, making build a new Enterprise and the new ship, and you just pass the torch. Hey, you do captain now, like you tried to do Decker.
I think Star Trek The Next Generation should have been the Next Generation, not 5 generations down the road.
Yeah.
Is this the alternate Anti-Trekker?
Well.
Well, this is Mrs. Anti-Trekker's account, but it's me.
Well, I'm just saying,
I think the biggest disappointment is in Enterprise B.
You guys talking at once. What were you saying?
Okay. I'm sorry. Can everybody hear me?
This is the Bird of Prey 5
I was saying that I think the biggest disappointment that Chekhov never got a command. That I think let me just correct Chekhov. I think Chekhov should got an Enterprise B and have
Cartwright was a
get rid of that.
Homoloid-looking, changeling wannabe looking MFer, because they couldn't think of nobody else to play the part.
You think Cartwright was a changeling?
Cartwright
was not no changeling.
Hammer. And he had with a wormhole alien and made.
Oh, because Cartwright is the same actor that played Sisko's dad?
Yeah, the same one that played Sisko's dad. You got it.
Right. You see, that's where I think, it kind of would have been more interesting had they made the generations closer together where they could have relations like that.
Well, if my phone wasn't cutting out,
They didn't want to do it.
better, and I'm sure it'd make more sense.
Right. I think it was a mistake to not allow for that, because I think it would have been cool, like you're suggesting earlier, if Kirk was an admiral, and every now and then you could get William Shatner to guest star as Admiral Kirk.
And you know what also sucked is when they went in with that.
What I was saying was I think that Kirk should get promoted back.
You guys are all talking over each other. You guys let them finish.
And they cut it out of the theatrical version.
Huh?
Odo. He was in Star Trek.
Something about Rene Aubergenois.
Merry Christmas, Piano Dean. Richie Poole, Resolute Germ, Mr. Miles. AT's personal editor in the house. You know what? If it wasn't for Mr. Miles, AT wouldn't have a fucking editing team.
Wow.
Hello?
First of all, I can edit video on my own, but however, I will say that Mr. Miles has developed skills far beyond mine, which is a good thing.
Richie Poo.
What Richie said?
Best Miles, I really like Enterprise. I just finished season 1 after having seen quite a while.
I've got season 1 Enterprise on DVD, and it came in. It looks like the NX-01 warp core.
Well, I was trying to say earlier that I think the last episode of the movie Undiscovered Country, Kirk should be promoted.
Kirk should be what? Promoted?
Kirk should be promoted to Admiral and made him Chief of Staff, and he got have promote the rest of the crew. Now and plus he can get Scotty not to save the Enterprise not being decommissioned. Have Scotty be Admiral and have him redesign a new Enterprise, and give it to Chekhov, and basically pass the torch to him. And can that. Then after Chekhov, a certain kind of years after Chekhov get promoted, and you can get it to Picard and have him go on. So basically, you have past one captain, like generation, but not 20 years later.
He retracted.
That's what I'm trying to say. Not Captain Harrison, whatever his name was.
No, I think that if we had not had the generation spread so far apart, because in Encounter at Farpoint, as bad an episode as that was overall, I know a lot of people liked it, but I cringed at the DeForest Kelly cameo because you're going to seriously tell me that he survived to be, what was he, 100 and 190 or
109.
Yeah, I was like, come on.
Well, actually, there is the original. I've seen the original script of Karen and Farpart.
And it was older than 100. It was more like 130, 140.
One for AT, but AT, you need to hold on. Mr. Miles, for my very first edit, as bad as it is, what did you think?
So you're asking Mr. Miles that? I didn't get a chance to look at your video, so I can't tell how well it was edited, per se.
Mr. Miles, my first video I posted tonight. What did you think about my editing? It's my very first video that I made without me being on the damn cell phone camera. I mean, Trucker's, he's gonna regret makes a video.
He hasn't seen it.
Oh, you liar. It's on my channel. Look it up.
What, do you say it's not there?
Oh, your editor's saying he hasn't seen my new video.
Oh, he hasn't seen it yet. Okay.
I'll feed you more than 10 scraps, Miles.
I want to do video too. I want to do video about the Lone Ranger.
Oh, man. Alexander, your brain is composed of something that just generates random thoughts.
I want to do videos about how Tonto is a hero and how he's an amazing character, because everybody speak about Tonto. Oh, it's not so good. It's not true. Tonto is very good. He's one of the greatest hero in the history of the West.
Oh boy!
I think Tonto is
actually
Tonto, Lone Ranger, and Tonto.
Look,
Lone Ranger Tonto is a stereotype. He's worse. Chakotay is better developed.
But he's less heroic for that. He can be a stereotype and to be a hero at the same time.
Oy vey. I knows nothing.
Just nod and smile.
Yep.
Let me tell you a story about Lone Ranger for a second. As an African American, a lot of people don't know this. I'm a black person. Lone Ranger was created.
I do not. I can tell by your voice.
Okay.
Somebody's a
Lone,
black person. Color me
I
surprised.
just know. Lone Ranger. The story from Lone Ranger is created from a black. Was a story about a black Texas Ranger, and he captured a lot of people, and and that's how he start. And he heard about this guy kidnapping a lot of people. The original story of Lone Ranger. Lone Ranger was a black guy.
It's true that the Lone Ranger was an ex-slave that run away from
He was
Texas.
Ex-slave. He came a bounty hunter. He came a bounty hunter, and he joined a member of the Texas Rangers.
You remember that old
And all the Rangers were killed. It's like the same story of the Lone Ranger. And he found the person killed him and arrested him.
In fact, the real Lone Ranger at the beginning looked more like Django Unchained. It's more that kind of guy.
So I guess Mrs. Anti-Checker knew the Lone Ranger was originally black. I did not.
You know about Alexander Poulier, something. He's from Soviet Russia. He is a Soviet Asian Russian Muslim brave. That's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
There's a horrible echo coming from someone.
It ain't me.
I didn't understand anything of what Sci-Fi Nation said.
It's Derek. Derek, I'm going to mute you for a couple minutes.
Sure.
You got it? Okay, no problem. Thank you.
No. The only problem here on my end is when my audio gets
Andy Trekker. I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that Chekhov should become captain?
Before you ask the question, here's a question for you. What's sexier than watching Mrs. Anti-Checker eat a candy bar? The answer is nothing. All right, go ahead. I said, what's sexier than watching Mrs. Anti-Checker eat a candy bar? And the answer is nothing. I'm only saying that because
depends what sort of candy bar.
Yeah. All right, so go ahead. What's your question?
Do you think that Chekhov should at least get captain on the Enterprise at the final and pass off the torch to him, or he should got the captain of the Reliant?
I honestly, he was first officer on the Reliant, so he's clearly qualified. I mean, as far as the Enterprise, if the Enterprise A was being decommissioned, the Enterprise B, we saw its commissioning ceremony, which was several years later. So we don't know. At that point, what was Chekhov was one of the guests of honor. What was his position?
Yeah, exactly. I think I think he was about to. What they were saying, he was about to retire. I say, how you can retire?
Right.
You're still a commander.
I know it's not Alpha Canon, but in some of those fan productions that Chekhov was in, he was an admiral.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he was wearing admiral's bars in Star Trek.
No, he was Star Trek
7.
Yeah, he was still commander. I think they say he got passed over for captain. And
I do think he should.
We mess up your channel too bad, bud.
I do think he probably should have been given the command. I mean, pretty much everybody that was a senior officer on the Enterprise should be at the pinnacle of whatever their position is, because they were the best of the best, and they were a legendary crew. So like if Uhura wanted to be the chief of Starfleet operations, she should have been able to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. But we don't know. We don't know what happened to Uhura. We don't know what happened to a few of them. But Scotty was a captain by the time Star Trek 3 came around.
Mm-hmm. We don't want to get promoted to anything besides next to Sulu.
Well, we had Kirk. Kirk was an admiral, although busted down to captain later. But Kirk was an admiral. Spock.
We all know the rank Commodore got kind of fucked.
Well, in the beginning, first in the beginning, Kirk was admiral. Spock was captain. Scotty was commander.
As well.
We got
If you look at Star Trek in Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 3, Spock and Scotty are both captains.
I thought you
Keep in
got
mind,
promoted.
you can be a captain and not be the commander of a ship.
I know that part. I know that coming to the Navy, but I thought you got promoted to captain on Star Trek 3 on Search for Spock.
Right. You're right. I think he was promoted to captain of engineering in Star Trek 3.
Yeah. So he was a full commander.
Right, but was he a lieutenant commander or a full commander in the original series?
In the original series, he was lieutenant commander.
Right. So he did get promoted sometime in between.
Yeah, I remember the original series.
Hey guys,
Kirk was captain. Spock was lieutenant commander. Lieutenant Colonel McCoy, Lieutenant Commander Scotty. So we had 3 lieutenant commanders. One full lieutenant was Sulu.
I know they're all.
What? I couldn't hear that.
Someone was trying to say something about Mr. Miles. What about Mr. Miles?
Mr. Miles was trying to give me some encouragement over here.
Mr. Miles checked out Sci-Fi Nation's first video and says it's a good start. Consider it's just like his first start. It's perfect to build on. Every video, try to do something new. One edit at a time, one video at a time.
There you go.
There's your
and you got
sage
my notes
advice.
as far as how to organize your thoughts a little.
Yeah, I got to write my scripts better, AT. I know that.
But I think, and that's all it is. You know, the thing about being YouTube, I get the question all the time now, since people think that, you know, if you have 10,000 subs, you must be YouTube famous. But I get the question how do I become a YouTuber? And the answer is start making stuff, and then every time you make a new video, make it better than the last one. And whatever it is you suck at, learn about. I mean, and that's the honest truth. If you suck at editing, learn about editing. If your scripts seem to ramble about, then learn about script writing. If you and one thing that a lot of people don't realize, if your videos just feel yucky, they're unprofessional, sloppy, check the audio equipment you're using. And also check yourself for saying things like a lot.
To be honest with you, I recorded it on my cell phone and I removed the video track. And when I put it inside of the editing software, I removed the video track from the audio track and I put that picture of the Enterprise C over it. And this is the first time I've ever used video editing software in my life. So
and that's the beginning of exactly what to do. I mean, if what you have to record with is your phone, and that's what you have to work with, then yeah, you're doing it the right way. You record that, you use that as an audio track. But if you want to start making your video interesting, well, don't just have a single picture. Jump around to different things that involve what you're talking about.
I know, but what I'm saying is, for my first attempt, I think I did pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, it's workable. Now, like Mr. Miles said, you have a fundamental thing to start with. Now, your next video, make sure you have at least 2 or 3 pictures instead of one.
Yes, AT. I'm agreeing with you. I have the fundamentals. Yeah. I know how to use a program. I know where to put certain tracks. I know where to put the pictures in. I know where to put the fade ins and fade outs at. This, that, and the third. I learned all this just from my first time using the program.
Now, what were you using?
What was that? What?
What program? If your video are not so popular, it says if your video are not so much popular, maybe it's better to find a girl as the best way. When you have a pretty girl in front of the camera, generally you have more success.
There you go, AT. It's in the chat. That's the one I used.
I can't see the chat.
Oh, it's called
Open
Source.
Okay. You should seriously check out DaVinci. Because I will tell you, I actually have a college degree in art and design for this kind of stuff. I took college courses in editing and stuff like that. Now, here's the thing.
I wish I could hear everything you're saying to me, AT, but my phone's effing up again. I can't hear the audio in the screen.
Well, I don't know how good my signal is. I'm driving through downtown Atlanta right now.
I heard that.
Okay. So I've taken college level courses on editing and stuff like that. I've used various professional level programs, and I was a person, and Mr. Miles will tell you, I swore up and down you could not do better than the Adobe Creative Suite. It's expensive as hell, but it has got a lot of great tools to it. Now, Mr. Miles kept trying to convince me to try out DaVinci because it's free, and I was like, no, I've tried freeware software, it sucks. And then he finally convinced me to try it. DaVinci Resolve is the real deal. It can do almost everything the Adobe package can do. The only thing it's missing is honestly something to replace Photoshop.
See, that's what Bird said tonight too.
Yeah, it is absolutely a professional level program. And so if you want to do it well, get something that's going to grow with you, and DaVinci is it. Because the better you get,
for my first attempt, as a fellow YouTuber and as my friend, what would you think about that first video? As my first attempt, as far as anybody goes, is trying to do that.
As a first attempt, it's fine, but you got to grow.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying I don't have to.
Right, but I'm just saying, but don't, like I said, so you know what you did well. You already listed it all off what you did. Now what you got to do is work on, okay, so now I can take a voice track, I can put a picture over it, and I can presentable. Now, how do I make it look a little better than just presentable?
Exactly.
And you want to work your way up to the point where you're making, I don't know what that is. There's like a big carnival going on in downtown Atlanta. But you want to get to the point where you can make videos that look like when Mr. Miles edited that Board Queen video and how awesome that looks, right?
Yes, he did an awesome job on that.
Right, and he did all of that in DaVinci Resolve, and I will tell you, Mr. Miles did not know jack about editing 6 months ago compared to now. All right, so Mr. Miles has grown an incredible amount. In the last year, he went from 0 to what you saw in the Board Queen video. So that means that a year from now, you should be able to make things like the Board Queen video as long as you keep pushing
That
yourself.
goal in your ride, you'll have an elevator. It's level 4.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Have a good one.
You take care, Alexander.
And by the way, something Alexander said earlier, and I know it didn't really.
I didn't leave. I was speaking to clients. I mean.
Okay.
Okay, but something Alexander said earlier about having a pretty girl on the screen, that can only carry you so far. Because I will tell you, there have been many a chick on YouTube who decided, hey, I'm a hot chick. I can get 1 million subscribers just because I'm a hot chick. And so they put out stuff that has no substance, and guess what? They fail. They get a lot of initial clicks because people say, ooh, a hot chick, but then she has nothing to say, and so they leave her video after 30 seconds. And they don't go back.
You all think they look like Pam Anderson.
You need to.
Oh, believe me, like check out the YouTuber. I think it's Cleats and Geeks, something like that. I actually got into a big old fight with her once because I told her that she was just basically trying to be a YouTube whore and it wasn't going to work because she didn't know what she was talking about. And sure enough, she failed.
I gotta break in. For a second. I got an important text message from Thomas Potts, who I know is back in the chat. He has a new version, a short song. Jingle bells, anti-trekker smells, Birdo Prey laid an egg, Mr. Miles lost a wrench, and Mrs. AT ran away with Dr. Alex.
At least you put my name in it.
Well, Thomas, that was a nice attempt, but it didn't quite flow right. Got to work on that.
And Richie Poole says that didn't we see Chekhov in Star Trek 6? Not suitable for command. Was Chekhov in Star Trek 6? The undiscovered country not suitable for command?
I don't see why he wouldn't be suitable for command. He was just tactical officer on the Enterprise.
Well, he was navigation first, then he became tactical officer. But he wasn't. He was not able to command, but he was able to command. He was XO of the Reliant. He should have got another command easier, even for Sulu, since he was XO. Right. Which I don't understand how.
The stupid thing about Chekhov is that he went from being the first officer of the Reliant to basically getting a demotion and being the tactical officer on the Enterprise.
Well, he did, work for Khan for a short time.
Mm.
Well, he was under the control of brain slugs.
I think that's what he's trying to say. I think that that worm in his head messed him up so badly we would not able to get another command. I think Richie Poole trying to say that. Well, I don't think that had to do with it. You still were should be able to get a command because since you come XO, you top of the food chain. You next to the top of the food chain.
But I didn't think there was anything in Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, that would give me any reason to question why Chekhov couldn't be in command.
Right.
All he said, why didn't they vaporize him? And he said because it would set off the alarm.
Which was just a cheap exposition line. I mean, that was a stupid line, but the reason it was there was so that we could show the audience how that works, so that later when we see the two guys that do get killed, we know why they weren't vaporized.
Yeah. But still, there's no.
Well, I'm going to put my hand up here and say that the executive officer of a ship, in some ways, is more important and does more work than the actual captain.
Well, someone who actually worked with his extra, I can say that is true in some cases because you are the number 2, and you basically you the guy responsible for everything on the ship operations of the ship and the law, the land, and everything, and whatever the captain says, you got to enforce it. So that is correct in some cases, but Chekhov in his case, he should have got a command easily. Or there's some reason he could not do it mentally.
Right, and that's the thing. Like I know you were in the Navy. You verify, I'm sure, an XO would have to be fully qualified to be captain in order to be XO.
Yeah, exactly, and especially someone who got that. I know. Story. Joe Takei always said that he wanted Sulu to be captain of the Cessna in Star Trek 2. They never did it, and they finally did it in the Star Trek 3. They 4, he made captain, but still, Chekhov should never become the Reliant XO passing Sulu. That shit went to Sulu period first.
Right, Sulu really should have been the XO of the Reliant based on what.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's like what I'm saying. Yeah, he should have been there, and not Chekhov. But Chekhov was still a junior. He's still a junior officer. And
it would have made more sense because Khan would have known who Sulu was.
Yeah, but Sulu was full commander, and Chekhov was a lieutenant commander. Somehow, some way, or unless Kirk did something, got him promoted, got the job professor in Sulu. He must have did something and got that real quick. He gets a lot of ass or something.
Okay, you need to get some dinner.
Yeah. Maybe Ricardo Montalban couldn't raise Sulu with one hand like he could Chekhov.
No, Sulu. I think Sulu could kick his because he know martial arts, but still, that command should get hold on Sulu.
But the more Sulu, the better. I think.
I think Sulu got passed over. I think Chekhov got passed over.
Well, Sulu did eventually become captain of the Federation flagship.
Well, it wasn't a flagship yet. It was a flag. Yeah, it was a flagship, but it
Yeah,
was
the
after.
Excelsior was the biggest, baddest ship in the fleet.
Yeah, and he was.
So you
Yeah, we.
can't say Sulu was passed over. Sulu got a very prestigious command.
Yeah,
I don't know if it
Yeah.
counts as the flagship. There had to be other Excelsior class, ships.
No, the
They were
Excelsior
they
was
were
the
relegated.
The Celsius was the first. The Celsius was the first ship.
Yeah,
First,
but they were relegated to cataloging gaseous anomalies in the Beta Quadrant. That doesn't sound like the job of a flagship.
Well,
I
the
would leave
Enterprise
each
is
ship
supposed
with
to
a
be the
class
flagship
bird.
in the Enterprise
No,
is
he
supposed to
said.
be the flagship in TNG, and it's running around doing menial missions like that.
No,
Just
he
because
said.
it's a flagship doesn't mean every mission it gets is going to be awesome.
He said they just got to finish their shakedown cruise, and they started doing the gas anomaly thing. So that's right after the shakedown. So I guess he was still testing the ship.
Yeah, so at that point, it's probably still the only Excelsior class ship.
Yeah, I can remember
In fact,
it was
probably
an
the
NC.
Enterprise B is probably the second one.
Yeah, the second rebuilt, which we all think it should have been rebuilt. The Constellation class just make it bigger. That's what I think. I think the Constellation been bigger.
I don't think so. I actually think that the biggest mistake that Trek has made over the years is making the ships bigger and bigger and bigger.
I think they're trying to make it like a. I think they were trying to make it like the Navy. Since we got the aircraft carrier, and since everybody knows aircraft carrier is the biggest ship, and we have the Navy, and I guess they're trying to do that, make it big. My problem is Star Trek. We don't do all these rooms. There's not a submarine like all this room. Everyone has a oh God, I'm gonna name. I'm blank. What do you call it? A shack, on private shack. Yeah, and in the Navy, in addition to that, you got to bunk with somebody. But in Star Trek,
Which they kind of showed that in Star Trek 6. You got the feeling that they did a better job with that.
Yeah, they did, and we all agree with that. The bunks and everything, and it was great. See something like that, but we try to make it more Navy, and you hear Captain Kirk said left full rudder, which is making sure it come to you come to the side of the carrying ship, which you try to get more Navy, but you try to stay away from all that. In Star Trek, Next Generation, but Picard maneuver, make this newer, what kind of mover. This makes no sense.
Well, I'll tell you what I don't like about the Next Generation era, and this is something that they do all the time, starting with Star Trek The Next Generation and all the way through every other Star Trek we've seen, is they no longer care about the actual maneuver. They just say, execute maneuver alpha.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
And I hate that. I absolutely hate that because, when Kirk gave an order, you knew exactly what the Enterprise was doing. It's going hard to port, hard to starboard, back off.
Yeah.
And stuff like
exactly.
That. But in next gen terms, it's like, well, what is the attack pattern theta anyway?
Yeah.
That just lets the graphic artist decide what's best.
Right. No, but that sucks.
Yeah.
That's lazy writing.
Yeah, remember, Galaxy class starship is same size. Well, it's twice the size of a, say a Gerald Ford carrier. It's twice as big. That ship that size, you can't say make a hard right rudder and expect you to turn 30 degrees way over and you won't fall out like a submarine. That's a big ship. You gotta say something to make it stabilize because you got 1,000 people on the ship. And like the Star Trek Nemesis, where they're fighting and she turns a 380 and ship that size. Yeah. Come on.
Well, that's why I think that my favorite and my absolute favorite televised episode of Combat is The Bounce of Terror, and my favorite film Combat is Star Trek 2 because the ships act like ships.
Exactly. Now the closest is in the Navy was the Fort Uniform when the finally got hit and everybody was and Cisco took a command again and everybody it couldn't work and everybody doing like the Navy. That was the Navy is right. That was closer to the Navy. I saw it. If they had stuck like that, it wouldn't be perfect.
But see, what bugged me about Deep Space Nine and the Dominion War is while there's some great stuff in the Dominion War story-wise, the battles feel like they're trying to be Star Wars.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
The battles do not feel like ships of the line, and that's where they made their biggest mistake with the Dominion War, in my opinion.
Yeah. The closest we thought was when our ship was in formation, and you saw the smaller ships. We agree on that because that's like in World War II when George Lucas was doing Star Wars. You trying to make them ships go right. That was close as you got. But when you see a ton ship, a big ship, big as a carrier, trying to turn do a 380, it's not
right.
You don't make no sense. You don't make no sense.
But I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate when in Star Trek 2, when they realize the Genesis device is going to go off and they can't stop it, and you see the Enterprise painfully, slowly turning around.
Yeah, exactly. That's how carriers work. When a carrier leaves port, it is slow.
Right. And I love that because that feels like it's a big ship.
Exactly.
That doesn't feel like it's going to zip around and stuff. But then in DS9, yeah, you have Miranda class ships moving around like TIE fighters.
Yeah, exactly. And, like I said, in Nemesis, he's fighting and Riker getting command, and the whole ship trying to do a 380. Come on, it's a big ship. It don't make no sense. No ship that size should be trained that way.
And then of course you get to frickin' Discovery, and it's a joke.
Oh God.
4,000 shuttles.
And we don't have that on carrier. Sure, most ships, planes, maybe 23 planes. That's. And
well, the thing I think was hilarious is that on Discovery, I think what was it that they had like 2,000 total shuttles in that battle.
And small and drones
right,
and repair bots and God knows what.
But then in
Discovery fried my head.
In the original series, in the episode "The Omega Glory," when they find the USS Exeter abandoned, and the security guard goes to the hangar bay and he calls Kirk and says, "All 4 shuttles are here. All 4."
How one got away.
So where are the other 1,900 or so?
There's no way no 900 ship can fit in that small ship. I mean, yeah.
Well, and I think 4 shuttles on a ship like that is realistic.
I'm sorry. Sorry to break in. I gotta call the stream.
Oh, come on! You've only been going for how long?
4 hours and 19.
Go for a long man.
Hours.
Go for a long man, Bird.
4 hours.
How are you going to go on EFAP or stream with a critical drinker if you don't go long, man?
Maybe Cinnabon or somebody can come on and do a stream. I gotta get going, guys.
No, Bird, I truly appreciate you streaming this long because we only got 3 hours to go, and you helped make the time go a lot faster.
Well, thank you. I'm glad.
Thank you.
Here, Miss Nancy.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is my
You're
first
welcome.
stream. I can try to come on my own stream. Y'all can come on my stream. It will be my first. I can try to do
Chief
it.
Cook, if you want to try it, it's StreamYard with no S. StreamYard.com. You get yourself set up.
So eventually we're going to have to pull over somewhere for dinner, and then once we do that, we'll keep an eye out if somebody, if you do stream or something, send it to me on Discord so I'll know.
Okay.
And so hopefully I'll be able to catch it. I can't guarantee it.
Jenner, for fuck's sake, it's 1:30 in the morning, Andy.
It was great meeting you on a stream, Chief Cook.
You too. Thank you.
Alexander, great to
screwing up your names.
Great to hear from you again. Haven't heard from you in a while. Derek, wish we had heard more from stories from you, but everybody was going. Good to see you, Derek. And Merry Christmas.
It was my honor. Thank you.
You are very welcome, sir.
Have a great day.
Take
Merry
care, all.
Christmas. Live long and prosper.
Merry Christmas.
Barbara
And everybody in the chat, thank everybody in the chat. Merry Christmas. And I hope you enjoyed this open lines. We'll do it again sometime.
Peace and
Kapla.
life.
To you too.
Blah.